Well, they say emotions get connection into motion. So every summit hence becomes an occasion to emotionally connect with you and use it as an opportunity to entertain you with our ideas and in a way get inspired with each other. Well, look at the tweets flowing in, the appreciation, the expression of pride that's reaching us via your social media posts, those comments. Well, I think I would like to start today's day by saying thank you. Thank you to each one of you out there for being a part and, in fact, being such an enthusiastic participants. Thank you very, very much. And on that note, let's resume the vibe of the avant-garde, as they say, with all you decision makers, may I say task force members, frontline medicals, and the CEOs, the CIOs, the CTOs, the technology experts, the heads of hospital supply chain personnel, and all you ladies and gentlemen joining us. Swagat hai aap sabhi ka. Welcome to the day 2 of FE Healthcare Summit 2021 that will rebuild healthcare in India. This just can't get better with all the lovely vibes that we perhaps can sense. Right? I am Shikha Singh, your host, and you know what they say that don't sit back and let things happen to you. Rather, just go out and happen to the things. So, COVID, if we talk about, has changed not just perspectives, but also the problems, and of course, hence the solutions, right? So, handling healthcare remotely, if we talk about, has become, in a way, the order of the day, not just our professional lives, but also when we talk about the healthcare per se. So, in fact, from yesterday's discussions, we got to know from our experts talking that there is an ambulatory glucose profiling that's been done, remote monitoring, and talk of smart insulins, which get triggered only when your blood sugar level rises, for example. So I think that's just not all. Some of you also mentioned in your tweets that our team was also busy tracking, so thanks to them as well, about how really the artificial limbs to, for example, you also mentioned the lab created organs that are just going to become the mainstream, maybe, right? So to further sort of understand such profound and exciting technological developments and the advancements, we'll have discussions on converging technology with healthcare for post-COVID preparedness, right? If I'm putting it rightly. So, well, the day 2 theme being from illness to wellness. But before we actually go ahead, like always, I am going to be one announcement bulletin for all of you there. So here's laying a gentle reminder to everybody out there. Of course, the ones who joined us yesterday know about it all, but the ones who have just joined in freshly, this is for you. And this is to urge all of you to please ramp up your leaderboard scores. So we're going to be seeing today actually who are the top scorers. Yesterday, we let you do your work, and today you continue with that momentum. But today we are also, we're going to tell you as to who's really scoring and making the right kind of noises there, right? And it doesn't stop here. Please also do participate in the partner questionnaires. That's going to be intriguing, I'm sure. And yes, did I talk about yesterday, the networking lounge? I'm sure some of you did yourself, quite sporty, you sort of explored that. But here I am officially asking all of you to make sure that you network, you exchange greetings and perspectives with your fellow colleagues, the delegates who have also joined along with you. So hang out in the networking lounge there. And don't forget to download the experiential resources set down by our partners and of course our wonderful team out there, right? So loads of learning coming your way. After all, that happens only at hashtag FE Healthcare Summit, the official hashtag of our show, along with hashtag Financial Express. So these are the two official hashtags that I'm going to be speaking throughout the summit. All you got to do is, keep sharing and, keep tagging us as well. And so that we can, make this two-way. So that's the entire idea, communication, the two-way process. Well, all right, feel free to also share your experiences, the highlights that are there according to you on social media with respect to the summit, and show the show some love, like I always say. So leaderboard scores, partner questionnaires, exciting vouchers, all of that coming your way to applaud your efforts. So with that, having said that, it's time now to thank our esteemed partners for the summit. Thank you very, very, very much to our presenting partner, Elsevier and Optum. Thank you to our associate partner, Safid and Viatris. Thank you to our startup partner, Vimedo and Nano Health. Our knowledge partner being Wish Foundation. Our supporting partners being Wealthy Therapeutics and Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, Mumbai, along with IKS Health. Thank you for making this a good success already. So, all right, on that note, let's kickstart the lovely day in your lovely presence with the chief guest address. That will focus very importantly on Delhi government's health initiatives and its massive fight against the deadly corona. Well, I am, may I say, privileged to be inviting up next Shri Satyendra Jain, the Minister of Health, Government of Delhi. Well, Honorable Shri Jain is the Minister of Health, Industries, Power, Public Works Department, Home and Urban Development, a graduate and a qualified architect. He, ladies and gentlemen, I think very refreshingly, I would like to mention this, that he became deeply involved in the Jan Lokpal movement against corruption and indeed quit his career to pursue the same earnestly. Isn't that beautiful to note? Well, sort of in a manner of universalizing the primary healthcare through mohalla clinics. We all know about that, right? That's at the center of his vision for the healthcare sector. Well, a sincere statesman that he is, we are so proud to be welcoming you, sir. Handing it over to you, Honorable Shri Satyendra Jain.
नमस्कार। दिल्ली में और देश में जो कोरोना की महामारी पिछले 1.5-2 साल से चल रही है, उसके अंदर काफ़ी तबाही हुई है पूरे देश में भी, दिल्ली में भी। मैं बता दूं पहले तो ये जो महामारी आई है, किसी के भी जीवन काल में कभी नहीं आई। 100 साल पहले स्पेनिश फ्लू के नाम से 1918 में ये बीमारी आई थी। उसके बाद 2020 में 100 साल से भी ज़्यादा के बाद ये दोबारा से आई है। तो किसी को पता नहीं था ये वायरस किस तरह से बिहेव करेगा, कैसे बिहेव करेगा। देश में अभी दूसरी लहर आई थी, दिल्ली में चौथी लहर थी। दिल्ली में जो फर्स्ट लहर थी जून में आई, फिर सितंबर अक्टूबर में थी, उसके बाद नवंबर दिसंबर आई, और आखिरी जो लहर थी, चौथी लहर थी, वो अप्रैल एंड मई में थी। तो जो ये लास्ट वाली वेव थी, ये बहुत ही अनप्रेसिडेंटेड, बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ी। इसमें डेल्टा वेरिएंट था जो बहुत तेज़ी से स्प्रेड हो रहा था, और पूरे देश में भी और दिल्ली में भी काफ़ी लोग इससे प्रभावित हुए। दिल्ली सरकार ने कोरोना की महामारी से लड़ने के लिए कई सारे उपाय किए। सबसे पहले तो होम आइसोलेशन स्टार्ट किया, देश में नहीं दुनिया के अंदर पहली बारी दिल्ली सरकार ने स्टार्ट किया था होम आइसोलेशन। और होम आइसोलेशन अगर नहीं होता तो शायद देश में भी और दुनिया में बहुत सारे लोगों की जान और भी जाती। शुरुआत में आपने देखा था कि जब स्टार्ट हुआ था ये कोरोना महामारी, इटली के फोटोग्राफ्स आ रहे थे, अमेरिका के आ रहे थे कि लोग सड़कों पे थे, अस्पतालों में बिल्कुल जगह नहीं थी, क्योंकि तब ये था कि कोई भी पॉजिटिव आता है तो उसको तुरंत एडमिट कराना पड़ेगा। तो हमने कहा कि जो सीरियस है उनको अस्पताल में एडमिट कराइएगा, जो सीरियस नहीं है उन लोगों को घर में इलाज कराएंगे। तो हमने होम आइसोलेशन की पॉलिसी बनाई, जिसके अंदर कि डॉक्टर की कंसल्टेशन उनको मिलती थी, लगातार फ़ोन आते थे, उनसे बातचीत करते थे। किसी को भी अगर जो दवाइयाँ थी, दवाइयाँ सारी दी जाती थी, घर पर पूरी केयर की जाती थी। और अगर हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट करना होता था तो सरकार की तरफ से उनको शिफ्ट भी किया जाता था। इसी तरह से दिल्ली सरकार ने प्लाज्मा थेरेपी स्टार्ट की, दुनिया में पहली बारी। बाद में कई देशों ने उसको स्टार्ट किया था। जब ये लास्ट वेव आई थी, जो सेकेंड वेव और थर्ड फोर्थ वेव कहा जाता है, दिल्ली सरकार ने उस टाइम पर पीक टाइम पर 22,000 हॉस्पिटल में बेड्स ऑक्यूपाइड थे। एक दिन में 22,000 बेड पे लोग ऑक्यूपाइड थे। हमने बहुत सारे बेड्स का इंतजाम किया, 6,000 आईसीयू बेड्स का इंतजाम किया था, और सभी लोगों का इलाज करने की भरसक प्रयत्न किया गया। इस बार सबको पता है कि इस वेव के अंदर ऑक्सीजन की थोड़ी कमी रही थी, जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी दिक्कतें आई थी। फिर भी हर तरीके की जो भी कोशिश हो सकती थी सरकार ने हर आदमी की इलाज करने की पूरी भरसक कोशिश की। हमने प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स के अंदर भी रेट्स को पैक किया, उनको फ्रीज किया कि भाई कितने पैसे ले सकते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा पेमेंट नहीं कर सकते हैं। टेस्टिंग का बहुत बड़े स्केल पे प्रबंध किया गया। दिल्ली सरकार ने लगातार 75,000 से लेकर 1 लाख के बीच में टेस्ट डेली किए। जो दिल्ली में पर मिलियन टेस्ट हैं वो देश की एवरेज से दुगने से भी ज़्यादा है, और हमेशा लगातार टेस्ट सबसे ज़्यादा किए, और उसके कारण से कई बार नंबर ज़्यादा भी दिखाई देता है, बट हमने उसकी तरफ ध्यान ना देगा। हमने कहा कि भाई टेस्ट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को कीजिएगा ताकि जल्द से जल्द उनको आइसोलेट किया जा सके। उनके कॉन्टैक्ट्स को ट्रेस किया गया। लगभग 25 लोगों को एक पॉजिटिव आने पे हमने ट्रेस किया, उनको सबको आइसोलेट करना किया गया। कंटेनमेंट जोन बनाए गए, माइक्रो कंटेनमेंट जोन बनाए गए, ताकि ये बीमारी कम से कम फैले। तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को जागरूक भी किया गया। वैक्सीनेशन के लिए बहुत बड़े स्केल पर प्रबंध किए गए। दिल्ली सरकार की ओर से 400 से ज़्यादा सेंटर बनाए गए वैक्सीनेशन के, और एक दिन के अंदर हम लोग 4 लाख तक लोगों को वैक्सीन लगा सकते हैं। और अभी तक 1,30,000 लोगों को डोजेज़ हम लगा चुके हैं, जिसमें 30 लाख से भी ज़्यादा डोजेज़, डबल डोज लग चुकी है लोगों को, और वैक्सीनेशन का काम अभी पूरी फास्ट फुटिंग पे चल रहा है। आशा है कि जैसे ही अवेलेबिलिटी बढ़ेगी तो हम जल्द से जल्द पूरी वैक्सीन सभी लोगों को लगा देंगे। बट मैं एक चीज़ ध्यान से कहना चाहूँगा, कोरोना बीमारी के 2 पहलू हैं। पहला, इसको फैलने से रोकना चाहिए, दूसरा इलाज। तो फैलने से रोकने के लिए, क्योंकि अब 2 साल का लगभग समय होने जा रहा है, तो इतने समय के अंदर जो सीखा है वो ये है कि इसको रोकने के लिए सबसे जो इम्पोर्टेंट टूल है वो है मास्क लगाना। अगर सभी लोग पब्लिक में जा रहे हैं, सभी लोग मास्क लगाएं, तो इसको फैलाव को रोक सकते हैं काफ़ी हद तक। तो जितने भी लोग कभी भी पब्लिक में जा रहे हैं, पहली बात तो अननेसेसरी बाहर जाना नहीं चाहिए। जाते भी हैं तो मास्क ज़रूर लगाएं, सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग का पालन करें। अगर ये आप पालन करेंगे और कोविड अप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर का पालन करेंगे तो उसको होने से रोका जा सकता है। और अगर उसके बावजूद भी बीमार पड़ जाते हैं तो दिल्ली सरकार पूरी तैयारी कर रही है। जो केंद्र सरकार ने भी कहा है कि 3rd वेव आ सकती है, एक्सपर्ट्स का कहना है कि 3rd वेव आ सकती है, जो कि दिल्ली में तो शायद 5th होगी अगर आती है तो। हम उसके हिसाब से तैयारी कर रहे हैं। इस बारी हम 37,000 बेड्स की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, जिसमें पिछली बारी 6,000 आईसीयू बेड थे, तो इस बारी हम 12,000 आईसीयू बेड्स का इंतजाम कर रहे हैं। ऑक्सीजन के बहुत सारे हमने प्लांट्स लगा दिए हैं ऑलरेडी, और भी बहुत सारे प्लांट्स लग रहे हैं। एक हम बहुत ही एग्रेसिव पॉलिसी लेके आए हैं ऑक्सीजन के लिए, जिसमें सभी हॉस्पिटल्स को अगर वो अपने यहाँ पर पीएसए प्लांट्स, ऑक्सीजन के जनरेटर प्लांट लगाते हैं, तो उसको 20 लाख रुपए टन के हिसाब से दिल्ली सरकार सब्सिडी देगी। साथ ही साथ जो एलएमओ स्टोरेज टैंक हैं उनको लगाते हैं तो 1 लाख रुपये टन के हिसाब से सब्सिडी दी जाएगी। मान लो कोई 50 टन का कैपेसिटी का टैंक लगाता है तो 50 लाख दिल्ली सरकार देगी। इवन जो अगर टैंकर भी अगर लेते हैं तो 3 लाख रुपये टन के हिसाब से टैंकर के ऊपर भी सब्सिडी देंगे। मान लो किसी ने 20 टन का टैंकर लिया तो 60 लाख रुपये दिल्ली सरकार उसको सब्सिडी देगी। तो ऑक्सीजन क्योंकि पिछली वेव के अंदर कम रही थी, इस बार ऑक्सीजन के ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया जा रहा है और सबको जागरूक भी किया जा रहा है कि इस बीमारी से बचने के लिए भरसक प्रयास किया जाए। मैं चाहूँगा कि सभी लोग अपने को भी, अपने परिवार को भी सुरक्षित रखें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, Shri Jain, for not just talking to us, but also walking that talk. We are inspired with the initiatives that you shared with us. And yes, if I further see, I can clearly actually sense that note of optimism indeed, because of I'm having a parallel, tab at the tweets coming in, so that are raining in. And in fact, so thank you to you, Shruti and Mandira. Yes, if I'm reading that correctly, and Mr. Lokesh Bansal. Right. Thank you for the tweets. And Beena says on another note that I came in early to join day 2 to witness Shri Jain's session. So thank you, Beena. While we hope that you stay with us for the rest of the evening as well, we appreciate you joining us. And Shri Jain, I'm sure the tweets say volumes about the perspectives that we sort of assimilated from your talk. So thank you very, very much for gracing this occasion virtually with your much esteemed presence. Thank you very much. So all right, that was Shri Jain speaking to us. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, may I say that Right now, I am excited, I'm delighted, I'm ignited. Now, if you ask me why, because I can see all of you gradually becoming competitive today. So I do have with me names of three people. That information is accessible to me. So there are already some top three scorers on the leaderboard. Now that's the current scenario. Who changes the game? You never know. But right now, congratulations to you, Neha and Vari, Priyank, Mehta, and Syed Ahmed. So thanks, team, for helping me out with the names. And these are the people who are topping the leaderboard right now. But here's the thing, what's the wait for? This is your platform, for you, by you, of you. So keep it all coming. You can be the top ones as well. And marching ahead, just like me, when we were all busy prepping for the FE Healthcare Summit, I was wondering, how does the landscape, how has it really changed, and how it will really impact the larger picture? That was something that was going on in my mind, to be honest. The areas within healthcare that are gaining focus, the kind of demands it will make on talent, investments, the nature of regulatory science, and where all exactly those changes need to happen. Because remember, when I welcomed you all, when I welcomed all of you, I did talk about, not just the perspectives, but also the problems and the solution. All three are changed. So our next topic that's in focus is all about innovative research, pandemic, and beyond. Well, if we talk about the global perspective, lessons, and the way forward for India, allow me to please usher in for the keynote address that will be presided by Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, the Chief Scientist, World Health Organization. Well, an Indian pediatrician and clinical scientist known for her work in tuberculosis. She is currently positioned as Secretary, Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and the Director General of Indian Council of Medical Research, that's the apex body as we know in India, for the formulation and promotion of biomedical research. Well, we can't wait to hear her, right? So with that, with all the due honors, welcoming you, Dr. Swaminathan, and handing it over to you straight. Thank you.
Greetings and good wishes from the World Health Organization to all those who are watching this event at the FE Healthcare. I'm Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, a Chief Scientist at the World Health Organization, and I wanted to share with you a few reflections on the lessons that we have learned from the pandemic. Of course, we know that we're still in the midst of the pandemic. We are not out of it yet. And so it's not really the time to look back, but it is still the time to learn some lessons as we go forward, trying to get to the end of this pandemic, and then, of course, looking ahead to prevent future pandemics from occurring. The lessons that have been learned are very many, but I'd like to focus more on the ones that are related with science, research, innovation, R&D, product development, and access to medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. But before we go into that, I'd like to say, of course, that the COVID pandemic has highlighted the fact that when health is impacted, then everything else suffers. And we have seen from the economic fallout and economic impact of COVID that it's also an interconnected area, and you cannot have a few people or a few communities or a few countries that do well while the rest are suffering, especially when there is something like a global catastrophe. And we know that there are other global challenges ahead of us. The pandemic is one, but there are others like climate change, but also antimicrobial resistance, which will affect the whole world. And therefore, action also needs to be taken at the global level. And this is where you need collaboration, you need coordination, you need solidarity, and you need to act as one world. In terms of the pandemic itself, the science has been at the forefront from the beginning. And because of the tools and technologies that are available to us today, I think we have reacted very differently to this pandemic than we did in the past. So, for example, if you take diagnostics, we had within 48 hours of the whole genome sequence of the virus being put on a public database, GISAID, we had developed the first RT-PCR tests. Our WHO collaborating centers had developed that. We have a network of laboratories. For example, the influenza network of laboratories has been operational for more than 50 years and is a wonderful example of a global collaboration to address a respiratory virus that causes a lot of illness every year and that there is a vaccine for. On vaccines, there was, of course, an unprecedented and extraordinary development of over 250 vaccine candidates around the world. Again, many innovative products being developed in India, which is a matter of great pride. And I think the investments in the R&D field over many decades have really paid off now. For example, the mRNA technology has been in development for over 30 years and so far had not really demonstrated kind of success that we see today in the clinic, but they had been mainly being looked at for applications in cancer, in immunological diseases, as well as as vaccines for other infectious diseases. But now we know the potential of the mRNA technology, and not only is it relatively easier to manufacture than the other types of vaccines which need a large amount of biosafety, and because you have to culture the virus. In this case, you're not culturing the virus at all. You're just using the genetic signal from the whole genome sequence. And then, of course, the complexity comes in the lipid coating and so on. But again, within a few days of the whole genome sequence being available, there were several vaccines that were already being developed, and the first human clinical trials started within a matter of about 60 to 70 days. Now, of course, we are even more ambitious and we say we can do even better next time. So for the next pandemic, if you are well prepared, you may be able to develop vaccines in even a shorter time frame. But also now we know that for diseases like TB and malaria, where we have not had much success with previous vaccine efforts, that the mRNA platform could potentially give us hope that we may be able to develop. But again, TB and malaria are very different pathogens, very complex immune responses as compared to the SARS-CoV-2 virus, where I think we have been very lucky also that the antigens have been good at provoking a very good immune response. So the science delivered as far as the vaccines are concerned, and today if we look globally, over 3.8 billion doses of vaccines have been administered to people. But this is where the inequity starts becoming very obvious. You have the high-income countries where more than 90 doses per 100 population have been administered, compared to the low-income countries where less than 2 doses per 100 people have been administered. And the upper middle and lower middle income countries are in between. India, of course, is a vaccine manufacturing powerhouse and has enough capacity to manufacture vaccines for its population, but the population is huge, and therefore it also takes time to scale up. So the distribution and the fair and equitable distribution of vaccines has not been, unfortunately, did not happen. And if the 3.8 billion doses had been distributed in a fairer manner, we may not be seeing the 8,000 to 9,000 deaths a day that we continue to see today due to the pandemic. And over the last several weeks, we have seen many countries across many different regions of the world seeing increasing cases, increasing spikes due to the Delta variant, hospitalizations, as well as health systems being overwhelmed and ultimately leading to more deaths. And all this could have been prevented to some extent if we had by now vaccinated at least 20% of the population of every country. What about on treatments? Well, on treatments, things are still a mixed bag because we still don't have a very effective antiviral oral medicine which can be taken early in the stage of the disease and which prevents people from getting more sick. So that is something that we need more R&D on. We need definitely, again, more private and public collaboration on, and we need to continue to look for those antiviral medicines. Broad spectrum antivirals will help not only for COVID, but could also help for future pandemics. And this is a difficult task because we know that antivirals are quite difficult to develop. What we have seen is that there have been a huge number of clinical trials being done across the world. And this is a good thing, of course, a lot of research, but also resulted in a large number of fragmented, small, inconclusive trials, which often led to more confusion than to actually providing the answers. And I think the solution lies in the large platform trials like the WHO Solidarity Trial, which has over 30 countries and over 500 hospitals, many of them in India, participating, and which was able to test very quickly some of the repurposed drugs that were thought to have some potential for COVID-19, but ultimately proved by the Solidarity Trial not to have any impact on mortality or on the duration of hospitalization. And these were drugs like hydroxychloroquine, remdesivir, lopinavir, ritonavir, and interferon beta. We're now launching the second phase, the Solidarity Trial, that's looking more at immunomodulatory drugs for patients who are hospitalized with severe and critical illness. The other example of a successful trial is the UK's recovery trial, which was conducted at the NHS hospitals across the UK. And again, very large trial, over 30,000 patients enrolled. And they were also able to quickly test many different drugs and either prove that the drug is effective or prove that it's not effective, because it's equally important to prove that something does not work so that you do not waste your time and resources on such products. So one of the things that we've seen in the area of therapeutics is that people have used drugs very widely, with drugs which have very limited benefit, which have hardly any evidence of any kind of benefit or efficacy. And also there's been a huge amount of over-prescription and over-medication, either by people themselves or by doctors also over-prescribing medicines for a viral disease. We know that there is no real good antiviral. What we need is good clinical care, good supportive care, oxygen at the time when oxygen is needed, and a few drugs like dexamethasone for those who need oxygen, and now the monoclonal antibodies, which some of them are being shown to have some effect on reducing the severity of illness. So these things need to be tested through clinical trials, and the guidelines need to be updated from time to time. And that's what we've tried to do in WHO, is update the guidelines. We call it living guidelines, so that constantly, as more research comes in, more evidence comes in, we can update the guidelines on different categories of treatments. Looking ahead, I think, again, to strengthen our R&D ecosystem in the country, we need to really look at a few areas, starting with the governance, the systems, and the infrastructure. We need to look at engagement between the different sectors, and let us not forget community engagement, as well as the social sciences, which play an important role. We need to look at how to integrate emerging technologies into this whole ecosystem of R&D. And then we also need to look very carefully at the ethics of what we are doing. So just a few quick examples on each. On the governance, we need to make sure that the policies are drafted in advance, that we're prepared, because once you're in the midst of a crisis, you cannot start drafting policies. It needs to be giving the general guidance, but flexible enough to enable affected communities to retain some ownership of the response. It needs to draw on international expertise, because learnings globally are very, very important, and they need to be taken on board. We need to integrate those interventions into our regular programming so that we are prepared even before a pandemic comes. And an example is the WHO's Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Framework, which brought together member states and industry and others to implement a global approach to a potential pandemic with an influenza virus. The second main area, and very important, is engagement and inclusion of social and behavioral sciences. As we strengthen our primary healthcare system, we need to start having that engagement with communities and that two-way dialogue, because that really is at the center of all public health. You cannot have good public health without people being involved themselves. Early detection of disease events can be improved by integrating community event-based surveillance systems, and there are a few of those currently being tested in India. There needs to be much more improved communication flow between the public health system and the community. And again, it needs to be two ways. We need to engage the community, address their concerns and questions, and at the same time, continuously provide updated information in a very transparent and open way. We need an inclusive whole of government and whole of society approach to dealing with these kind of crises, which affects everybody. We need to understand the operational context amongst affected communities. A tribal remote community can be very different from an urban slum. So our interventions need to be contextual. And very importantly, I think we tend to neglect the social sciences. We need to make sure that the behavioral insights are incorporated. And then, of course, smart data capture, flexible management information systems using mobile phones. We can now do surveys and surveillance in smart ways that were not possible earlier. We need to invest in R&D. It's very clear that countries that invested in science, invested in research, have an edge always when it comes to not only pandemics, but other health diseases and conditions as well. So we need to prioritize, again, the investments in R&D, both in the academic and in the private sector, but also have mechanisms for collaboration. We need to have clinical trial sites which are already set up and ready to run. We need ethics committees which are really functioning, the way that they should be functioning and providing oversight to the clinical research and studies. And again, the ICMR has provided a lot of guidance on how ethics reviews should be done. But this is an area which constantly needs also improvement. And then, of course, you need the data systems, you need the regulatory system that is there to support this type of rapid conduct of clinical trials, particularly in emergencies. You need the regulatory system to be flexible, but at the same time, they need to have a core set of principles and rules which they fall back on and which is not compromised. And I think making ethical research a part of normal clinical practice, I think is going to be very important. Every hospital, every medical school must have research integrated into the clinical practice, because that's the only way in to improve also the clinical care and practice, and to learn about the diseases that one is dealing with. The WHO did put out quite a lot of guidance on various ethical issues during the pandemic, including on things like human challenge studies. We put out on ethical considerations for the COVID contact tracing applications, on mandatory vaccination. So many of the very topical issues, our ethics expert group has made very good position papers for people to really think about the ethical issues that are involved, particularly at a time when things are being rolled out very rapidly. And finally, I would say that we also recently, just a few weeks ago, published a document on a framework for the ethics and governance of artificial intelligence in health. It looks at many of the issues that we just talked about. It is based on the principles of protecting human autonomy, promoting human well-being, safety and public interest, ensuring transparency, fostering responsibility and accountability, ensuring inclusiveness and equity, and promoting artificial intelligence that is responsive and sustainable. And this guidance actually has checklists that are meant for the developers of technology, the AI companies. It's meant also a checklist for ministries of health that are going to regulate the use of such technologies for health applications. And it has a checklist also for the users, that is the doctors and the healthcare facilities where AI-based technologies are actually used in clinical practice. So it's a very pragmatic approach that has been taken, but more and more, I think countries are going to have to grapple with how data is collected, shared, used, and how the data from the public can be used actually to improve the health and well-being of the public. So I would like to end there because I have touched on a number of different issues. And as I said, we've learned many things from this pandemic, which are going to be useful for us to prepare for the next one, but also to strengthen our health system and to make sure that we do better in providing the day-to-day care, both in terms of preventing diseases. Whenever we can, it's better to prevent and promote good health. But of course, once people get sick, then you have to make sure that they are diagnosed and managed appropriately. So thank you very much again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan. We were all ears as you spoke to us. And thank you, in fact, for sharing what can the governments do, what they are already doing in their stride, and how we as India can really facilitate breakthrough products and solutions. To put it short, this was motivating. So thank you so very much for rendering that keynote address. And with that, we are all set to move ahead. While it was a delight listening to you, ma'am, I'm sure everybody else who's watching us is all set to share their experiences on social media. I hope you are already experiencing the booth. That are late for all of you. So, that just reminds me, sometime back, I think I got this tweet from Ruhi saying that, at the booth, there was a fresh new solution that she learned, and that was quite an eye opener. So that's exactly what our partners aim for, to furnish to you at this platform of #FE Healthcare Summit. So we decided to supplement it, actually, all the learnings, all the good things that you're experiencing right now with Elsevier's clinical key solutions through a video that's coming up right on your screens.
There's something happening in 2/3 of encounters between patients and clinicians that you can't afford to ignore. With more specialists to coordinate, a higher volume of comorbidities to treat, and an increasing number of patients who want to share in decision-making, your clinician's world has never been more complex. As a result, 2 out of every 3 patient interactions generate questions in clinicians' minds, and they're only getting harder to solve. And 60% of those questions go unanswered because clinicians don't have time to find answers. They look but can't find them, or they don't trust the answers they do find. It's a problem that's not going away. In fact, it's estimated that medical information doubles every 73 days. Tools like YouTube, Google, and Wikipedia are typical destinations for clinical teams who need answers, but these sources can be inaccurate and inconsistent. Clinical teams often rely on summary content. However, complex cases demand more in-depth information, requiring clinicians to go deeper on a topic to accurately address the patient condition. For clinicians, this means using unproven or incomplete resources that waste crucial time for patient care. And for patients, it means unsatisfactory experiences, and worse, a greater risk to their health and safety. To better benefit patients and combat the complexity of today's healthcare landscape, you need resources you can trust to provide accurate, complete, and relevant information for your clinical practice. Finding accurate answers is just the first step. What you really need is alignment, so your clinical teams are working from the same evidence-based information, whether they are newly licensed or a seasoned specialist. This new perspective on information means more efficiency for your teams, who can now operate from the same trusted answers. Your organization can reduce your overall spend on clinical decision support, and most importantly, you can minimize the possibility of an error that could put patient outcomes at risk. This is why more and more health leaders are turning to Clinical Key to improve clinical practice through informed, confident decisions. Visit us online to learn more.
So, all right, that was an experiential treat. I hope that helped. And John, thank you for your tweet that's just popping in onto my screen saying that what a fantastic array of speakers at Hashtag FE Healthcare Summit. I'm glad you know the right hashtags, everyone, by now. So great. Keep it all coming. And Gina Mehta, thank you for sharing that. Wow, I love how you put this word. Lovely. Great. So I'm feeling the same, by the way. So Gina Mehta says that, thank you. I'm just feeling empowered after knowing the initiatives that Sri Satyendra Jain spoke about. So great. So we are trending on social media and Twitter there. So great. With those happy, chappy vibes, may I say, I am happy to bring on for you our speakers' perspectives via a panel discussion that's on developing a digital-first approach to healthcare. Very important, right? So ladies and gentlemen, just brace yourselves because candid conversations are on their way as the leading leaders will be addressing about the healthcare barriers through technology, transformation of healthcare during COVID times, rise of consumerism in healthcare as well, that shifting of focus from wellness to well-being, etc., etc. I leave it actually to the experts, right? So we did discuss on day one that clapping is good for health, right? So with some claps, we are watching you in a way, so join me in welcoming Ritesh Talapatra, the Managing Director, Optum Global Solutions, India. Well, Ritesh oversees strategy, execution, delivery, and governance of our strategic assets in the country and realizes the ambition of bringing innovation to the healthcare sector while providing an environment where employees can do their life's best work. Wow. This is inspiring. So glad you believe that, Ritesh, and thank you for joining us. And you'll also on the screen in some time see Sudhanshu Mittal, the Head Director, Technical Solutions, COE, IoT, and AI, Lead Digital Healthcare and Industry 4.0, NASCOM. Well, Sudhanshu is an expert in evangelizing the digital technology adoption in all aspects of industrial enterprises. Well, how beautifully we have handpicked all these experts who are going to be talking to us. Well, also as a panelist, we'll have Narendra K. Saini, the Chief Data and Digital Officer, Lupin. Well, a very well-known digital transformation leader and also a strategist, ladies and gentlemen, in the space of IoT, digital technology, strategy, innovation, IoT, Industry 4.0. I think this panel discussion would redefine, right? So on that note, also welcoming Prashant Tandon, the founder, 1MG, well, the one who is building a healthcare technology company in India, taking it ahead. Specialities of Prashant, if we talk about management consulting, startups, of course, right? Operations management, negotiations, general management, technology, sales, marketing. Prashant, what is it that you don't do, right? That's what I should be asking. So, all right, with that, we'll also have on board with us, thank you very much for kindly consenting to be the moderator for this panel. Thank you to you and inviting you, Dr. Rana Mehta, PwC Healthcare. Well, our moderator has also been the Vice President at Apollo Hospitals, Colombo. He's going to be holding the contours of the discussion. So with that, over to you, Dr. Mehta.
So I welcome you all to this session on developing a digital-first approach to healthcare. We have a great panel here, people from various walks of life who worked in digital, done digital, seen the transformation coming, and are going to tell us how is this going to affect us in the next couple of years. I think we never anticipated talking about a digital-first approach to healthcare. Healthcare, I think the access to healthcare was always spoken about in terms of geography. You know, can you go to a doctor? And that was the access. But 70% of India's healthcare infrastructure actually lies in 20 cities. So you have a geographical access. The second, I think the government, as it moved from a provider to a payer, where under the PMJY scheme is covering 500 million. And that's a financial access to care. But we both know that these are going to be inadequate. We don't have enough doctors. We probably don't have enough capital to build those hospitals. So it really brings us to a technological and a digital approach to healthcare. A lot has also changed in the last 18 months. I think the response to digital was always very tepid, and the industry was very resistant to change. But I think the pandemic changed that, because we saw the world brought down on its knees by a very humble assailant, a virus which, borders between the living and the non-living. We also saw for the first time a healthcare crisis actually caused an economic meltdown, and a lockdown which stopped mobility. So you could not go to hospitals, and you obviously needed a different mode. And this is where I think the digital approach came in. And it showed people that probably you could be cared in a different setting, in the setting of your home, with the same outcomes. So it brought about a paradigm shift, not only in terms of the provider, in terms of the government, but finally, I think as a consumer of healthcare, you realize you don't need to go to the hospital for most of what care you need. And healthcare can really begin at home. So when we look back at 2020, and when we say, who caused this digital transformation? Was it the CEO? Was it the CIO? Was it the CFO? I think no, it was just a humble virus which really caused this. So as I begin, and Prashant, it'll be great to start with you. I think no one had a better view. You were right in the think of things, the impact of COVID. How did it catalyze digital? And one of the things I really want to ask you, how did you look at these homegrown solutions, which you had to build and execute in a matter of hours and not even days?
Thank you, Rana. I think COVID actually was a huge event for this the sector that we operate in. We always believed that there is a huge value of a digital approach to healthcare. And what COVID did was it made it the only approach viable for most of the ecosystem. So a lot of the behavioral change that would have taken 5-10 years otherwise happened in a matter of days. And the behavioral change is not just a consumer behavior change, it's also the change in mindset of everyone in the ecosystem. So whether it is the regulators, whether it is the doctors, hospitals, insurance companies, pharma companies, everyone was forced to try out the different model. And I believe a lot of people found significant value accruing as a result. And these things are very monumental shifts, because changing behavior of one stakeholder takes decades. And now you had a multi-stakeholder ecosystem like healthcare. And over a period of a few weeks, everyone had to change the way they worked. Now, as a company, of course, we had been preparing for a digital access to healthcare, but suddenly we were not prepared for the kind of stress the system will have to bear, because this became kind of the primary channel for a lot of people. So it was a pretty interesting phase. Our teams at the front lines, they did a great job. It was quite a sense of commitment from the team that we are in war mode and people need service right now. So it was very satisfying to see our folks step up and do what was needed. And the key thing that was needed was actually scaling up in an environment where supply chains were getting broken. At the end of the day, medicine has to be delivered at home and test has to be conducted. So a human has to travel. And those supply chains had to be almost reimagined how they will work, because interstate got stopped, intercity became a problem, and even within a city, different neighborhoods became containment zones and all that. So interesting phase, complicated phase, but I think from the perspective of the ecosystem, it was transformational.
Oh, great. And I think it's also how that companies like yours really stepped up. And, when there was a whole lacunae, because the traditional players do not, for them, it's the focus is on acute episodic care. You come to the hospital, you go treated, get treated. So I think, and that really, I think when we look at retrospectively on the pandemic, this role, I think will be really appreciated. Next, going on to you, Ritesh. I think companies been talking about this digital first approach, and like Prashant said, in a way, the pandemic did catalyze it. But overall, from a global level, what is the transformation you've seen in healthcare, maybe in the last 18 months?
You're well aware of this, and just to repeat it, modern medicine enables us today to live with a lot of chronic conditions for much longer, and new drugs and protocols are enabling people to live longer and much healthier lives than before. Obviously, that's great news. But then on the flip side of this, what is happening is that the cost of healthcare to societies is going up in a very rapid fashion. So this is universal, as you know, Dr. Mehta. I mean, it's across the board, it's across the globe, it's across all countries. So I think more than the last couple of years, I mean, it's come to a head in the last couple of years, but it's been building up over time, and the triangle between cost, quality, and access, I think, in a way, that started to fray. The cost was out of control, and when you try to bring costs down, the quality is not good enough. And as you mentioned earlier at the startup of this session, access is a fundamental problem. And I think I'll just take one example, Dr. Mehta, just to bring things to light. But let's take cost. Financially, the way the system works is every time you go see a doctor, the doctor gets paid. You go for a procedure or a blood test, that gets paid. So basically, the system seems to get paid in a perverse way for sickness rather than for wellness. And I think what we are trying to do is work with different systems to come up with more of something like a value-based care as opposed to a fee-for-service care. And to develop these new models, obviously, a lot of data is required, and that's what we excel in. At Optum, we have records going back to 1993 of 100 million lives, and we can use that data to look at how to take risks, how to enable physician practices to take risks, and that is something we are very proud of, and we are kind of leading a revolution around how to move to a more value-based care where costs are can manage better.
Oh, great. And as you said, it also moved the needle in terms of what creates value for the system, because our system, both in India, globally, and especially in the US, because I spent some time, is based on illness, right? The whole model is if people stop falling ill, most of the healthcare providers won't do well. So flipping that model and making sure that people keep well and they have a stake in their wellness is important. So Naren, I'll go to you next. And I think the pharma companies had a big role in the pandemic. I think one, to build that vaccine, which would have typically taken 10 years in 10 months. But while they did that, and obviously the research, but I think technology played a huge role in that. So we'd like you to elaborate on some of the areas where you thought technology in pharma really catalyzed the response to the pandemic.
Dr. Mehta, I believe technology had been, instrumental in the speed that we could respond. So, very, very rightly identified. In fact, not only in terms of looking at the clinical trials, how fast we could do the new drug discovery and all, how we employed artificial intelligence and machine learning tools and methodologies. I think that was phenomenal. I think pandemic has put us into the spot that we had to really choose the technological tools, which predominantly in the past, there were a lot of resistance, a lot of inertia in moving to the new technologies, right? Even the older generation showed that inertia initially. But if you see, even as simple as doing a virtual call, earlier it was like a physical meeting was just required than anything else, and virtual calls were not really, or virtual meetings were not really popular. We have seen last 1.5 year, these virtual meetings became so popular that today we don't really feel the need of traveling, across the country or maybe across the globe just to do a couple of important meetings, right? That has brought down the cost tremendously, but at the same time, the technology has made things faster for us. People could actually devote their time particularly to the things that they were supposed to do rather than doing investing their time into non-productive activities. I think there are multiple aspects of it. If you've also realized lately, Google has acquired Fit, of late, and we can also see that as a big step into clinical trials. Well, the patients can be now monitored 24/7, or the people can be directly monitored through the platform. That gives a tremendous push to adopt digital technologies even into the trials and making them succeed. So that I would say that pharma has come a big way, a long way from 2019 to 2021. Ritesh and Prashant also talked about similar things, different challenges. I think pharma as a sector in itself has come a long way since 2019.
I think that's there. And, I think the whole perception of healthcare and where pharma led it, because it's really, being appreciated in society, because today, a year ago, we didn't have anything. Today, we have a vaccine to combat the pandemic. Sudhanshu, I'll go to you next. And, if we look at everything, but we may not be a superpower, but the closest we come is probably in technology from that component. And, NASSCOM's played a great role to, make India get center stage on that. But I think one of the things with technology and, is that, for any problem we say technology is the answer. But often, what is the question? Because we don't get the problem correct. And that's how, so how do we use a technology appropriately to ensure, that lives are impacted in a manner we desire?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rana. So my experience with NASSCOM has taught me one thing. I mean, as per my background, I have been a technologist all my life, a hardcore technologist who has worked in product companies and handled the development part for 25 years of my life. Then I got into NASSCOM, and I realized that in my earlier life, I was just interacting with totally like-minded persons who were techie naturally, comfortable with technology. But then when you go out of that, then you see that while those who are on the technology side, they like to develop new solutions to solve the problems which they see themselves from their own perspective. More often than not, there is one thing which they forget during the development, especially all those new innovative startups. They forget their users. If you look at the startup survival rate in country, it is very low, and there are multiple reasons behind that. In fact, I would say that it's perhaps not even 10-15% times. There are multiple reasons behind that, but one of the reasons is this: that the developers do not think as to how comfortable their users are, how capable their users are in being able to use the technology, and whether they are addressing the right problem. So they will develop good technological piece, but then at the end of the day find that they are not able to get the traction when it comes to the adoption. And the reason is simple, that while it's a long elaborate solution, their users are not tech savvy. And when I say tech savvy, just because somebody says that I'm able to use a smartphone, so I am a tech savvy, is absolutely incorrect answer. New generation is much more tech savvy, of course, they are much more comfortable. If I give some example, and it's not really in the healthcare area, but in the agriculture area, but it can kind of give some ideas about what kind of technology can user expect. We hear a lot about what we call precision agriculture, whereby you have all those sensors and the automated motors and all to monitor the moisture and the earth condition, soil condition, and then do the water supply accordingly and all that. Those kind of complicated solutions, all those developers face strong struggle in getting the traction. But then there is one very simple solution which got good traction. I heard from talking to some other people there, that simply by sending an SMS, a farmer could turn on or switch off a motor. Now there is a field, let's say 10-acre field, 15-acre field, 20-acre field, and there are multiple motors into that for doing the irrigation. And farmer said, no, I don't want a complicated solution for this purpose. All that I want is that I don't have to walk over to all the places. and just sitting in one place, I can control my motors. That is good enough for me. So solution is not tech heavy. It is fairly simple. Setting up, I mean, it costs very little to use those SIM, use a SIM, and then with the Airtel or some ISP connection, and then send a message. And from there, depending upon the message, with a simple passing, start, stop. That's it. That is good enough for this purpose. Pass it and then take the turn on or turn off the relay. And that's it. But then this is the kind of solution which gets attraction, and those much more advanced solution, I will not say they are bad solutions, they are good solutions, and there are people who are using it, especially the users like greenhouse, for instance. They like to go for precision farming because for them it is extremely useful. They get high productivity and high saving of the water, and also much more. But then they are catering to the high value crops. When it comes to the low value crops for the normal farmer, which is doing in the open area, a simple solution is what they expect, which they can comfortably use. Same thing applies to the healthcare also. We talk about all those reasonably complex solutions, but then we lack in adoption. So that is the kind of challenge that has to be solved by the developers. If I have to give a different type of analogy, it will be like, how do you convince a person or a business owner who is using, let's say, Ledger to maintain his customer account, and he is happy, he's able to get the results and everything from their use to MS Excel? How do you do that? That is the kind of problem that they need to solve.
Thank you. And I think that's insightful. And I think one of the corollaries is a lot of technology companies are now interested in healthcare. And, truthfully, being in healthcare, I think technology is still a cottage industry within healthcare. Because, being a physician, I know how much resistance doctors had to technology. And I think the last 18 months has changed it. Maybe not because they wanted to change it, but it became integral to their survival. Prashant, we'll come back to you. So one of the things we saw was, while, technology got catalyzed, digital healthcare came in the forefront, but it was also an enabling regulatory space which came in, right? For telemedicine was in the gray area. It got notified during the pandemic, and a lot of progressive regulations are coming. If we really want to get digital healthcare to every 1.4 billion Indians, what sort of a regulatory environment do you envisage so that it both attracts capital and makes sure that there's a level playing field for everyone?
Yeah, I think in a space like healthcare, regulation is a part of the game, and always will be something that has to work hand in hand with innovation. And the regulator's job is to maintain status quo. The innovator's job is to disrupt status quo. So how they work together and how they stay in sync actually determines the pace of innovation of a sector like healthcare. And if you look at it, I think the important part is our regulatory system needs to actually think for the future, because look at the way we are structured as a country in terms of the government. Health is a separate silo, IT technology, separate ministry, chemicals, fertilizers, which has DOP, a separate ministry. The regulators also are independently in different these industry sector dimensions. But when things start coming together, digital healthcare, it has technology, it has data systems, it has obviously healthcare requirements. All of these various regulators need to understand and appreciate the value of the overall system. And many times they become then cross-domain kind of problems for them to grapple with. And I think that is where the regulatory bodies need to think that, because now at least data and technology are pretty much going to be integral to every sector, and definitely healthcare. So the health regulator needs to build capability and capacity to understand the implications of a lot of the things that technology is doing. It's not the IT ministry's problem or issue to deal with. So that's where I think the regulators, to be progressive and ready for the future, they need to build capacity for these different industries coming together to create a solution for the user.
Exactly, and a very proactive approach, because otherwise we may lose this opportunity, because like you said, a lot of capital is chasing health tech solutions, but we need to be able to bring them. Yeah.
I think from a capital perspective, there's huge interest in digital healthcare and in general healthcare in India. The single biggest point that investors need is just clarity and stability. They need to know what they are getting into, and things will not be fundamentally changed due to variables that are completely one regulatory note, and the industry should not vanish. So I think that regulatory clarity and the speed and whatever it is fine, as long as the playground is clear. For example, I think if there is a very clear articulated policy around price controls, how they will be determined, how they will move forward, the investors get understanding of that. But when it is sudden and drastic, that scares the investors as to the predictability of any investments returns, whether it is hospitals, whether it is pharma, whether it is any other aspect of a regulated industry. I think that's where we should think, at least articulate the roadmap, the path, and stay true to that, consistent.
No, and I think a lot of step, because you don't want to go and look at things retrospectively, because the harm which is caused then, in many ways is irreparable. I think a very, very valid point. Ritesh, I'll move to you next. So in a way, the digital first mindset is like a burning platforms, because a lot of the traditional healthcare providers, not only in India, but globally, actually lost out. Because like we said, they were in acute episodic care. People walked in, they treated them, they walked out and they didn't know where they were. And that's where the digital companies. So how can these companies either innovate or, risk being part of history?
Yeah, I mean, we could spend a lot of time on that question, because obviously, as you said, there are very interesting use cases there. But let me just talk about two things that I think are very topical. I heard them being mentioned on this call several times, especially Prashant has brought that up. So let me talk about two things. One is what you alluded to just now, which is the rise of consumerism in healthcare, the rise of the consumer, because in healthcare, while it's very obvious in the retail industry and other industries, in healthcare, it wasn't so obvious, to be honest. But that's changing, information is now, for lack of a better word, bi-direction. The user or the consumer or the patient in this case wants to be involved in her own healthcare journey. So I think that's leading to a set of very interesting dynamics. Let's take one again randomly. Let's take the site of care as an example. If you think of it as a spectrum, from home being one and hospital, high acute hospital being the other, the center of gravity, interestingly, is moving actually closer towards home. Because of and that's where technology is actually enabling that site of care. For example, it costs much less, but more importantly, there are much fewer chances of cross infections, etc., if the patient can be safely, put in a site where he's comfortable or she's comfortable, and that can be enabled with remote push patient monitoring with the right devices and so on. So I think that's a great example of where we take the user's views, but then we use technology and safety and everything else to sort of start looking at the site of care and where the center of gravity of that lies. Second one is around given the kind of data that, for example, we have at Optum around people and their clinical data, we are actually able to predict events. So we can actually start getting to a point where we can predict health events and actually intervene proactively. And that intervention can reduce hospitalization, reduce acuity of a certain event, etc. So that's another example of where knowing the person as an individual, their likes, dislikes, their habits, using technology, you can actually know each individual uniquely in real time. And that's another advancement. And the third, wraps all of this to say, we have to involve the patient and give them the right to kind of participate in their care journey. So if, for example, if I have chronic back pain, I should not be at the mercy and the whims of a system to tell me what's next. I should be consulted. I should be central to my care journey. And that's where consumerism is. And by the way, using the right kind of mobile technologies, using powerful analytic tools, we are able to do that. And so that's one example. The other one, and I think Prashant mentioned it just now, around regulated things, and I would put it in terms of the secure but relatively free flow of information across organizational boundaries, what we call interoperability. I think that is enabling technology to reshape, the way patients receive or experience care, and that's fantastic. Because if you think about it, if you can, then someone like Optum can create this kind of a healthcare platform where many different participants can participate, and data can move freely, information can move freely, and our insights can actually help them, take care of the patients in a way, and that's what I would call an ecosystem. And obviously 1mg and things like Practo, etc. would, they are basically critical parts of their kind of platforms, but they're also critical parts of what I would call an emerging ecosystem. So I think those are areas. And again, I'm sort of going light on technology as I speak to you, Dr. Mehta. It's precisely because of what you earlier said, which is, we tend to put the cart before the horse as trained technologists, which includes me. I would love to talk more about the AI and the machine learning that goes into, say, for example, predicting health events. But reality is that's just that's really not that interesting to our patients. It's more interesting thing is, what do you do with it, and how does it make my life easier and better, and how does it make me feel that I am more participating in my care, my wishes are being heard more. And I think that's what some of these technologies are allowing us to do.
No, thank you. And I think you brought out a very important point. And I think this was always a trend. I think the patient was getting impatient, and he was moving away from basically, becoming a patient to becoming a customer. So, traditionally, if you look at healthcare, the patient has been a consumer and not a customer. The doctors and physicians have actually been the customer who decide, and the patient becomes an incidental consumer. I think that paradigm is shifting. The whole idea that I am the biggest stakeholder in my healthcare and not anyone else is coming in. And the second components of your do it yourself, that I want to do a lot of that myself to make sure that it is correct. And I think that's a paradigm where in the next couple of years, we'll see a lot of action. Thank you. And I think you articulated that very well. I'll go to Narendra, and one of the areas, and even I think Ritesh brought it up, was obviously the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, and we're seeing that at least in the clinical field coming up, because if as a clinician, what's my knowledge base? It's what I learned in medical school, what are the patients I saw, what are the peers I met, and over a period of time, what are the patients I saw in practice? But that's limited in a lifetime. But AI actually then empowers me to say that, in the same patient, if you look at a case of another 200,000, in case you give this amount of medicine, this is going to happen. So it's a very empowering thing where, it really takes clinical medicine to the next level. How do you see AI and ML, panning out in the pharma space?
Well, actually, you are asking me the question that Ritesh would have loved to probably answer. But yeah, I think I would be happy to take that one. So I think in last, just 5 years ago, while we were talking about getting an operation done by a doctor who has done maybe 50 or 100 operations, right? A surgery done by that doctor. or probably by a robot, which probably would have knowledge of maybe 100,000 of operations, right? If you would ask this question, would have asked this question around 5 years ago, people would say, doctor, anytime. Unfortunately, was here to make us realize how important was it to look at the technology as the backbone of the information. Uh, 5 years down the line, probably people will choose a robot than a doctor, right? So if you have to see the shift that happened between what was the situation about 5 years ago and now, and probably 5 years from now, I think technology has become will become the underlying layer, invisible underlying layer. Be it even we talk about Pacto or 1mg for today and tomorrow's OT technologies. OT when I'm talking about more on the operation theater technologies. I think artificial intelligence and machine learning and all these things by default will become a part of it, right? The huge processing power that it would require, right, would largely demand very good connectivity and good connectivity to cloud systems as very high processing bandwidth as well, right? So that means technology will become a very integral part of the overall health related offerings, be it consumerism as you talked about, be it in the hospital care, be it in the elderly care at home or something like that. I think technology is there to become the integral part of it. But I also agree to what Ritesh has just mentioned. It's a prevalent problem or a business problem for a particular time. Today we are able to address many of these problems because we had a technology there. So technology, I don't think is a challenge. The challenge is adoption. When and what makes us to adopt a particular set of technology. And I think that's where we are. We'll bring in technology, or we'll build whatever is required to facilitate or to address a particular business problem or an adoption of a particular new or upcoming, as you said, emerging trends.
So I think one of the silver linings of the pandemic was that adoption happened very fast, both within the whole healthcare ecosystem. And Sudhanshu, continuing on that, one of the things is ultimately you need to change the mindset of the user, and no matter what technology you bring in, because he fails to adopt it. Healthcare has been very data rich. It creates the largest amount of data, even more than retail. But very little of this data actually becomes usable information. But today we have data which also lies beyond the clinical realm. Data which you get from an Apple Watch, data which you get from biomarkers. How do you see this whole integration changing the mindset of the user?
When we say the mindset of the user, I see two aspects to the picture here. I mean, who is it that you are defining as a user? So while we see a lot of concerns around the privacy, so if I look at the end users typically, and also all those using all those wearable devices which are collecting their data about their health and everything, they don't have any concern about that particular device collecting their data, if it is Apple Watch, and then sharing it with the Apple server, storing there and being used for some purposes. But then you ask that same person to give their identity information, ID information at the time of booking in the hotel, and they complain about the privacy violation. And they will be willing to share much more information on their Facebook account, personally speaking. And that's what I have actually seen. But anyway, the way I see within the context of the current discussion, I see end user as the users of the technology into the healthcare, which can be the healthcare service providers, like your doctors, physicians, and support staff and all. There is no silver bullet to changing their behavior. One thing is that this pandemic has already caused a change in the behavior, at least at the senior levels, and they are willing to explore much more the technology adoption and also potentially sharing of data, because they also see that if there are AI-based solutions, then they need data to become much more usable for their purposes. And if they have to adopt those solutions, they have to also be willing to share the data so that the data can be used for further improvement of the solutions. But ultimately, they have to start realizing that while we say that technology will not replace the doctor who is using technology is going to eventually replace a doctor who is not using the technology. And once this kind of realization comes into their mind, they will be much more willing to explore the usage of technology, whether it is AI, IoT, whatever else we talk about here, and explore the benefits of these into their operations. That's how I see. There is no shortcut answer to this question. It's going to be a reasonably decent long haul into this. Other part which I say is this, which again goes to developers here. They have to develop the solutions keeping in mind their users, not just the problems, but the users. Ultimately, no matter how complex, fine, capable solution you develop, if your user is not willing to adopt it, then your solution is pointless.
Thank you. And I think, that brings about a very important point. While I think the pandemic has catalyzed it, but, it's when things come back to normal, would we really know what's the new normal on the digital adoption? We have a couple of questions, and I think Prashant, the first one, you're best placed to answer. How's the consumer seeking behavior changed, right? So if you were to look at Jan 2020 and you were to look at Jan 2021, how have you seen that whole consumer healthcare seeking behavior change?
I think clearly there's a fundamental shift. The number of people who access digital healthcare has grown almost 3x over the last year. So new users who have come and tried out digital healthcare. The number of people who are reading about healthcare online has grown even faster. So very significant shift. And I think in line with what Ritesh also earlier mentioned, the fact is that healthcare was the center of gravity of healthcare was actually always at home. That is where the majority of healthcare happens. It's just that historically the providers did not play a role in it. So the users, what they were doing was self-medication, asking each other, just because the friction of finding a hospital or a doctor for what used to be lower order issues in the minds of the patient, friction was too much. Now, actually, a lot of people, they know they can get online, talk to a doctor about simple things. I have a fever, I have a rash. They're not typically, they would have managed it still at home, but they would not have gone to a doctor for many such things. So I would argue the usage of healthcare and the participation of the providers and doctors in actual care at home has accelerated, but otherwise also people were caring for themselves at their homes. So I think that shift we are seeing quite a bit, that a lot of people are using the digital platforms to have a quick chat with the doctor for things that typically they would have self-medicated or asked each other for what is the solution in this situation.
Yeah, and I think that's a paradigm shift, because it's not going to go back. That's going to be the new trend. It's also in a way a cultural shift, saying that even if I have a fever, previously you'd wait for 3 days. Today you get tested within 24 hours. So I think that's going to continue. Ritesh, we have another question from one of the audience, and he says that given all technology, how can it transform the speed, accuracy, and the reach of healthcare? Along with quality, because you've always worried about these components.
Yeah, well, I think if you remember, IBM made a lot of statements around how their product was going to revolutionize healthcare in terms of, but a lot of AI-based promises are in the end not fully fulfilled as initially envisaged. So I will, I will be a little cautious in my response. I think the way to look at it is information and next best action is what technology can promise. So access, as we talked about, with telemedicine and telehealth, now taking off, and regulations now world over, actually, by the way, there were regulatory challenges everywhere, not just in India, but with those now becoming hopefully easier in the long term. So I think access becomes, in certain cases, a little easier. And I think technology, assuming that data can work across boundaries, across organizational boundaries, and then that can be used to form what would be like the next best actions and so on. So that form of development, enabling existing clinicians to be better at what they do, say clinical decision support systems and so on, that has a lot of promise, Dr. Mehta. But as someone earlier said, will it be replacing the clinician or only equipping them to make less errors? I was reading somewhere, medical errors is the third largest cause of death in the US. So think about it that way. I mean, if we can reduce that and so on, that's a big contribution to society, and that's about accuracy. And I think currently technologies exist to allow you to look at your next best course of action as a medical professional. And so as you are about to prescribe a medicine, it runs through a battery of analytics and tells you, hey, you may want to relook at this because 12 years ago this patient was turned out to be allergic to a certain ingredient that's in the medicine that you're about to prescribe. That's great. That kind of help really helps a busy clinician. To me, in the end, Dr. Mehta, as a practitioner, as a trained medical professional, you'll understand that how can technology enable the physician or the clinician to spend more time with the patient one-on-one, looking into his eyes? I think that's really what technology can do for you if you allow it to. And that's the big question. If we allow it to, and allow it enough information, data to really flourish. And that will require some regulatory changes, some adoption changes on the side of the clinicians and so on. And that's where, when I started with Dr. Mehta, if you remember, talking about alternate forms of payment, that really helps. Because if you can incent the clinician to say, as long as you use this technology and give your input, use EMR, EHR to sort of let the data flow through, then we will give you a bonus payment, et cetera, then that really helps us tag quality to an actual outcome. Because otherwise the patient walks out, and how do you know what happens next? 3 months later, something happens to the patient. How do you tie it back to something else? Unless there is data and there's like a breadcrumb of data that traces it back. So it's a difficult question to answer, but I think technology has the answers, but it also needs the regulatory environment and the acceptance for it to be widely used.
I think very relevant, because healthcare is about three things. It's about infrastructure, it's about process and outcomes. And we don't ask about the outcomes, unfortunately. We are so enamored with the first two. And like you said, technology exists, but can it permeate to become mainstream? Like remote working always existed. Today it's become mainstream. And that's where I think that part of where you said, can we enable the clinician to use that so that, there is a much greater impact. So thank you. And I wanted to thank all my panelists. This was actually a very, very fascinating discussion on, developing a digital first approach to healthcare. And where I feel it was different, it was not only why we need to do it, but actually how can we do it? And I think some of the practical examples I heard makes us sure. And this is where I think as a country also we have an advantage. Given that technology is much more easily accessible, we always talk about what's the best healthcare model in the world. And I don't think we can replicate anyone, but we can develop one which basically has technology as its backbone and make sure it impacts the lives of 1.4 billion people. I must thank all the panelists and must thank the audience. And we look forward to another session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, resonating with the vibe vibe of the tweets, the comments, and all those movements that you're exhibiting on the platform, finding things resourceful. I would say thank you to the panel on behalf of my audience, as well as, our team. I guess this was exemplary, the sublime approach, as you all discussed and talked about, the rise of technologies, be it the AI, the holy grail, right? That's how we say the ML, the data sciences, the advanced analytics in healthcare. So I think this shall help our esteemed audience, paving the way forward, building that road to recovery in healthcare when we talk about. So before we move on, I must not forget to take you all through Optum's journey in healthcare. Allow me to please request you to have a look and continue looking at the screens, please.
Health is an important part of life. It impacts relationships, careers, how we reach our goals and dreams. Managing our health should be simple and effective, with smart, seamless experiences that connect individuals to the right care and support. By drawing from broad data sets that create a foundation for deep, insightful analysis, applying experience and expertise to deliver care plans that improve health, providing personalized services targeted to the individual, addressing physical, mental, and financial needs, reducing costs and delivering healthier outcomes. By meeting each individual where they are in their healthcare journey, by helping them to know how to approach healthcare challenges, what issue to tackle first, and where to go for help, people are empowered to take ownership of their health. And good things happen. When the healthcare system is easier to navigate, barriers collapse and care becomes accessible. And as clinicians, employers, health plans, and individuals are guided toward the next best action, costs decline and results improve. At the forefront of personalized, connected healthcare is Optum, so people can focus on what matters most.
All right, so that was incredibly powerful, Optum. Great. So before we actually move ahead now, it's time yet again to just extend the right thank yous, right? So I'm going to once again thank our presenting partner, Elsevier and Optum. Thank you. Our associate partners, Cepheid and Viatris. Thank you. Our startup partner, Vimedo and Nano Health. Our knowledge partner, Vish Foundation. And of course, our supporting partners, Wealthy Therapeutics, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, Mumbai, and of course, IKS Health. Well, with that, of course, I should not be forgetting and reiterating that you have to game up on the leaderboard front, and a very easy way to go about it would be visiting the exhibition area, the exhibits, the booths that have been set out by our very hardworking partners, may I say, and participate in the partner polls as well that must be appearing in the box on the right side of your screens. Right? I hope it is. And, if I miss on telling you about any of the experiential features, feel free to please explore. This is your platform, as I am saying, right? So enjoy all of that, increase your scores out there, because we are here to applaud your digital footprints on the platform, right? So with that trending ahead, and before going ahead, I know I would have gotten your answers live, but right now you can also, what you can do is, you're not right now in front of me so that I can hear those, those voices piercing my ears, but you can always reply in the form of tweets. So I'll be very happy to have a look at them. So there's this question I want to ask. Tell me that one word that has been, oh my God, most widely used in the COVID-19 times, and I would like to, I would ask you the two words that are most frequently used. So I'll just give you a bit to sort of quickly pick up your mobile phones and just, tweet and tell me what is it that you think. Let's see what are the answers coming in. And then I'll tell you what are the two most heard words that I kept on saying, while hosting all of you across different forums. So that's something that, all right, so the tweets that are coming in saying that, okay, mask, vaccine, very important. Of course, that's something that's gonna, get us out of the situation that we are in. Government, okay, great. China, all right. So these are the answers that I'm getting. And okay, mask, all right, great. But lockdown, okay, so there's no right answer, right? These were rightly, as you rightly, putting it out on the tweets there. These were some of the commonly heard words. And, I think something that has stuck to your mind is the word that you remember. So like that. But if I talk about what has really struck to my mind, across, since the last year, okay, great. So yes, Mr. Gupta is saying that social distancing. Yes, I always like to say that, as long as social distancing, physical distancing is fine. Social distancing, I guess we are not, because, in a way we are socially connected. But, one thing that shouldn't be distance at all is emotional distancing, right? So as long as that's not happening, that's not there, we are all good to go. But the two words that really were most commonly used, according to me, are unprecedented and challenging. So I think these two words got redefined quite literally. So raise your hands and give me some high fives via your tweets if you agree with me. So all right, so with that, not taking much of your time here, because our speakers would be interested in talking to all of you. So let me introduce to you all the topic for our next panel discussion. When we talk about timely diagnosis, when we talk about, the right moment when the results of your RT-PCR comes, right? It seems simple, but this can be a game changer, right? So the topic is the diagnostic play, and we all got to participate in this one. Because the COVID-19 challenges have, in a way, revolutionized diagnostic services in India, something that we did not even imagine, right? So with the same moving into the homes now that's a new thing. That's something that we are already witnessing. So it's important we talk about it. With advanced technology arming this sector, home diagnostic kits enables users such as you, such as me, to check and monitor their health conditions from the comfort of their homes. So this is how it is. Allow me, without any ado, to invite the specialist doing the talks. So allow me to please rope in Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva, the Regional Director, the Union Southeast Asia International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Disease. Well, if you talk about his specialities, it's the chest, it's the TB, the public health, the healthcare administration, and he's also served the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Well, did I miss telling all of you as we welcome Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva that this panel is phenomenal, with phenomenal specialists seeking your attention, because to just hear them talk. Well, allow me to further rope in one of the very respected figures whom I have met in person, before, and it's time to e-meet him for all of us, an Indian scientist and entrepreneur par excellence, Dr. A. Velumani, founder, ThyroCare. Welcoming you, sir, with a big round of applause. I can just, there are those images of you walking up the stage, flashing in, and as I said, having hosted him before, I know for a fact, ladies and gentlemen, that when he speaks, the world listens. An absolutely fantastic man. His sense of storytelling, coupled with that humor that you will just witness just few seconds from now, he has got that very powerful connection tool. Very, very inspiring about him. Well, okay, before I further go on and on and on, it's time for me to tell you that he's the founder, chairman, and managing director of the behemoth ThyroCare Technologies that has taken strides. So here from the man himself, very, very welcome to you, Dr. Velumani. And with that, allow me to quickly also rope in Dr. Sudarshan Mandal, Deputy Director General, Central TB Division, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Really appreciate, Dr. Mandal, you sparing your valuable time across days and joining for the summit. With that, allow me to also warmly welcome Rashi Garg, the General Manager from Safeed, India. Well, a people and a result-oriented leader that Rashi is, with impeccable record of impacting across business units, market development, market creation of existing products also, and portfolios, and sales management, diagnostics, consumer healthcare business across India and Asia Pacific. Rashi, we are glad you're going to be bringing in your expertise onto this platform of Amrit Manthan, as we say. And with that, we'll be welcoming another legend, may I say, Dr. Arvind Lal, the Chairman and Managing Director of Dr. Lal Path Labs. I personally use the services, and to talk about Dr. Lal, an Indian billionaire pathologist, medical administrator, a medical academician, he is reported to have, and what reported, I'm sure we swear by it, that he has modernized the Indian medical diagnostics and initiated the first PPP in the field of laboratory testing in India. Now, this became ever so crucial, in the COVID times, as we've been witnessing. So, I think my heart goes out to, legends such as these, and saying a thank you for, delivering a yeoman service to the nation with the work that they do. And to talk about Dr. Lal very quickly ahead, he holds the rank of a brigadier as well in the Indian Armed Forces. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Padma Shri Dr. Lal. And I would be incomplete in my duties if I do not invite our moderator, the very enthusiastic, who's all set to take up the charge, Dr. Bornali Datta, the Director, Respiratory Medicine, Medanta, the Medicity Hospital. Well, specialization and expertise, interventional bronchoscopy and medical thoracoscopy, if I'm not wrong. Dr. Bornali Datta, if you're all set, I'm entrusting the heavy duties to you of moderating the upcoming panel. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this discussion on the diagnostics play in the context of drug-resistant TB. Now, as a clinician, drug-resistant TB is an entirely different disease to drug-sensitive TB, and it's something that requires a lot of effort from the diagnostic perspective and from the treatment perspective, of course. It's a difficult disease vis-a-vis the length of treatment, and there have been many innovations now, both in the diagnostic arena as well as in the treatment arena. We have some very eminent panelists with us, and I will start the round of questions and get their opinions on different aspects of this. My first question goes to Dr. Sajdeva. What are the challenges we face, sir, in the DRTB program? And how do you think, as a country, India can deal with it as a challenge?
So, thanks, Bonali. The challenges in drug-resistant TB space are multifold. The first and foremost challenge is for the national program to find resources for drug-resistant TB, because resources for drug-resistant TB actually outpace resources for drug-resistant TB and other aspects of facets of TB program per se. So they are a disproportionate compared to other interventions. That's number one. Then there are challenges on the capacity side of it. So not all people are very well versed with the management, diagnosis of drug-resistant TB. It's a difficult piece. You have very few clinicians who feel confident to treat patients of drug-resistant TB. Also because there is a huge mortality in patients of drug-resistant TB, and people are generally risk averse, if I can use that word, to treat patients of drug-resistant TB. So primarily they try to push patients to the public sector. The capacity at public sector is again a big issue here. In terms of the frequent changes in the diagnostic play, I'll use the same word, diagnostic play. People within the public sector and private sector are now actually confused about which diagnostic to use, when to use, where to use, and what should be the sequence of diagnostic use. I mean, they are spoiled for choice. They are also confused for choice. That's number one. The similar thing holds true for treatment. Two frequent changes recently on the treatment side. The absorptive capacity of the system takes time to absorb those two frequent changes and put them into practice. So that this is also a huge challenge on the capacity to implement the latest guidelines and make the logistics of the same available by the national program. Then there are also challenges on the supporting processes. How do you track a patient who's put on a treatment which is as long as 12 to 24 months or even more? So you have to trace that patient, track that patient continuously. You have to get them tested at periodic intervals. You have to follow them clinically. You have to collate and make a sense of the laboratory investigations and the treatment and other things. It's a huge challenge on the system also. How do you reach out to patients in the periphery of the country? So all in all, there are challenges on all sides, both on the resource side, demand side, as well as on the supply side. So I think the program is doing its bit to reach out as far as possible, and so far has been successful to an extent, not completely successful, but they have been successful to an extent. Over to you. I'll be available for more clarifications if needed.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that's a very good kind of compact discussion on the challenges faced by the program in this menace of DRTB, and it is a tough one. If I could address the next question to Dr. Lal. Sir, how can the private sector help the national TB program to achieve notifications for TB and DRTB in the coming years? So from the diagnostic aspect, how do you feel the private sector can contribute?
So I would like to first the private sector to this August audience, and that is that the private sector in India is responsible for carrying out more than 70% of all consultations or diagnostics, etc. And therefore we have a very important role to play. And well, on our part, well, we have a very robust centralized TB notification cell, which is pretty automated and linked to the NICSHE portal of the Government of India. So every case of TB, whether identified by microscopy or culture or CB-NAT or linear line probe assay, are all regularly notified at a pan-India level. So all our labs are conducting microscopy, and the reference labs at Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Kolkata are all equipped with the BSL-3 facility to conduct TB testing along with the drug sensitivity tests. So CB-NAT, as you're all aware, is now available in our system at 10 locations, and right from Kanpur to Cochin and Mumbai to Kolkata and Patna in the east. So I think I will stop here for the time being and wait for your next round of questions.
Thank you very much, sir. The next question is for Dr. Sudarshan Mandal. Sir, how can a timely diagnosis of DRTB help the national program in all its contexts of the financial aspects, the risk of the patient, the risk to community that the patient carries? How will a timely diagnosis help in all these regards?
Dr. Bornali, a very good question put before me, because that our goal of National TB Elimination Program is to diagnose all the, drug sensitive TB and drug resistant TB. So as far as drug resistant TB is concerned, our goal is to notify all drug resistant TB, because that if a case of TB, active TB case is left undetected and left untreated, then one TB case can infect 10 to 15 persons in a year. Again, and there is risk to the TB patient also. Different studies show that if a TB patient is left untreated, that patient there is 50% chance of death of that particular patient. So out of 100, after 3 years, if left untreated, they will die. So this is the risk to the, I mean, here is the risk to the patient and risk to the community also. Risk to the community means the household contacts and other contacts who will be coming in contact of that active TB patients. There is chance of, 10 to 60 times chance of getting infected. So that data shows like that. And that's why after the announcement of announcement and commitment by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2018, so we have put our program, on mission mode. Mission modes means all TB people are actively involved in the program, and we have tried our best to notify the patients and to reduce the gaps. Gaps means to reduce the missing cases of TB throughout the country. And that gave us a good result from 2017 to 2019, before the arrival of COVID pandemic. You know that in 2018 we could notify 20 lakh TB cases, and in 2019 24 lakh TB cases. So if you compare the notifications of 2017, the missing cases have been reduced from 10 lakhs to 2.4 lakhs. So that is a huge achievement for our program. But you know that after the arrival of that COVID pandemic in 2020, also in the first half of 2021, we could not notify to a desired level. So again, I can say that during the COVID, our gadget facilities, CBNet, TrueNet, machines have been repurposed for COVID testings. So now we get back to on the right track, and recently the notification has been increasing since June 2021. So our target is notify all cases, but there are some constants, and a constant like COVID pandemic. And regarding your second question, I think what is the financial liability or financial constant as far as TB patient and the provider is concerned? You know that our goal for 2025, which has been set by Honorable Prime Minister 5 years ahead of SDG goal of 2030, that has three target actually. Number one, we have to reduce the incidence of TB to a level of 44 per lakh, and also death rate to the level of 3 per lakh. And also we have to ensure that there is no catastrophic cost to the families of the TB patients. So, if you consider the catastrophic of the TB patients, we have tried on the basis of a Nikshay Poshon Yojana. So we have started since April 2018 to give at least 500 rupees to each and every TB patients to reduce their financial liability, and to ensure that they get proper nutritional support from the government.
Thank you, sir. That was a very comprehensive summary of the NTEP's current goals and targets. And I think there are very robust processes in place, but the population, the volume of population, of course, overwhelms all our systems sometimes. Thank you. The next question, Dr. Velumani, sir, if I could point that to you. How does a successful model of a public-private partnership, because there's a lot of focus on that now, because the government is doing everything and we need private stakeholders to join in and take this forward. How can PPP models further help in TB diagnostics and in achieving the goal of TB elimination?
Yes, tuberculosis had not got adequate attention, especially when I compare it with the new daughter-in-law COVID overtaking attention of the old mother-in-law tuberculosis. A number of people who are dying of tuberculosis far high in number than COVID, but I think all mayors, ministers, chief minister, health minister, prime minister, all eyes were only on COVID for the last 18 months. The fear is the third wave. Having said that, there has been a great work done by the government In fact, we were shocked. Me and Dr. Lal run private sector, leading for the country. But then we found a very powerful contribution by government also. Unfortunately, the government, when it comes to healthcare, it is a lot of state government play is there. And you need to approach the state governments to make the PPP very successful. Having said that, all is needed is a HR, IT, and logistics to track, to collect. Unfortunately, again, it is not blood. It is what you call as sputum. And the sputum collection does not come that easy to do as a home collection. So a lot of logistic challenges are there, getting the specimen to a single laboratory for the state or even for a state couple of locations, building volumes and using technologies will only make it very successful. The diagnostic methods are available, but they are not, I would call as seriously implemented or persuaded till the tuberculosis is conquered. Having said that, the normal TB appears to be easy, though the drugs are costly, the drugs are toxic, there are solutions. But when it comes to MDR and the XDR, it's very scary. An XDR patient untreated will cause a havoc around, and there is no solution for it. So until we focus on XDR, I think, in fact, my feeling is don't worry about normal tuberculosis as much as should be worried about the XDR, which is likely to eliminate first the non-resistant out of the scene, I mean, completely resistant out of the scene, and then take care of the remaining. It's not that simple. जो भी बोलते हैं TB हटाएंगे. The speed at which it is going, I don't think we are in the track. It needs tremendous resources in terms of money, education, coordination. But I must tell you, private can truly contribute enormously if rightly roped in, rightly supported. I think what we did in COVID is also a lesson for us. If we want, anything can be done. I am of that opinion. Tuberculosis is one particular challenge which needs highest coordination between public-private partnership.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that's you're absolutely right that the PPP model needs to be taken further forward. We ourselves at Medanta run a very successful one with the state of Haryana, and the state support is vital to this. And it has been very successful over the last several years that we've run it. The next question is to Ms. Rashi Garg. Rashi, if I may ask, obviously you're at the very head of the organization that is bringing about innovations in rapid diagnostics, and that is the key. You know, we don't want to wait weeks to diagnose drug-resistant TB. We need to diagnose it right away so that we can intervene. With the newer innovations like MTB XDR, how do you think this will change the DR TB management strategies and again help in the TB elimination both in the public and private sectors?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Dr. Bernardi, for the question. You know what Dr. Velumani just said. XDR is scary. If left untreated, can create havoc. And I think that was one feedback we got from multiple clinicians, and we heard it loud and clear. And so Safir actually in India is very committed to TB, works very closely with the TB program as well on diagnosis of TB. But we, you know, it's been used in India, the TB and TB Rift cartridge is used. But just hearing Dr. Velumani and numerous customers of ours and clinicians like yourselves who've told us XDR needs to be detected. But today, when we really understood what happens to a patient, you know, you do a expert MTB test, rifampicin resistance, and then almost 4 to 6 weeks, it takes almost that much time to detect any other resistance, drug resistance, which basically what that means is it delays treatment, the right treatment on day one. And just keeping that in mind and keeping the patient at the center and saying, how can we make it easy for the patient? How can we start faster treatment? Safid actually has worked on a XDR cartridge, which will help to detect, and it's a molecular test, which will help to detect within 90 minutes, all sorts of resistances like MTB complex, INR, INH, ethionamide, fluoroquinolones, second line injectables, and all this will be done with this one cartridge, a simple cartridge that can be used. I think that will make a huge difference to the way TB is diagnosed, how fast we are able to start the treatment for the patient, and for clinicians like yourselves, right, to be able to take those faster decisions so that the patient doesn't have to wait for 4 to 6 weeks. What I'm really happy to share with everyone over here is that XDR cartridge has actually got the approval in India 3 days back. So it's very new. We will now start importing the product into India, and it will be available for sale, I think, in probably less than a month or so. But we've got all the clearances in India, and I think this will revolutionize the way TB diagnosis is done in India.
Thanks for that, Rashi. I think you're right. That'll be a game changer. And I think as a clinician, I'll be, it'll be thrilling to have that. It's sort of, you feel empowered. You can have the diagnosis so much quicker, and therefore extend the correct treatment to the patients. So that's great. And we look forward to being able to use it both in the hospital as well as out in the community in our community outreach program. If I may take the next question around to Dr. Lal. Sir, decentralization of diagnostic services for DRTB can help. And how do we plan that in private sector? We obviously saw a lot of this, as pointed out by other panelists, happening around COVID. And COVID taught us, to approach everything very differently now. And we can see that, and private, public, everything can be rolled out in a seamless manner. So how would you say we could we could decentralize DRTB diagnostics?
Thank you, Dr. Banali. So first thing first, this COVID has taught us quite a few things. And one of them is that now we have to go right into the patient's bedroom and take the sample, which we have been doing, as you know, and you yourself are involved in all this. So if Indian healthcare scenario from a 36,000 feet distance, you can actually see that the problems which are facing us are how to the availability or the accessibility, and the second one is the affordability. The third one is of course quality. So if you keep all these things in mind, I think the private sector, which Dr. Velumani will agree with me, has done a yeoman service. We understood this game that you've got to be very close to the patient, and especially a TB patient, because he has loss of earnings if he has to go to a center. If it could be done very close to his house, preferably in his own house, and we'll talk about how it can be done later at his own. So I think that would be rendering a yeoman service to everybody, and TB needs that kind of a bear hug now. So from our point of view, the private pathology point of view, it is not possible to take a very sophisticated BSL lab, into these far off regions. But there is nothing stopping us from collecting these samples. And if I may also say in the same breath that now newer tests are coming. For example, it's not available in TB yet, but it's available in COVID. That the rapid antigen test has gone, touched a CT value of nearly 33 or 34, which means it's as good as the RT-PCR test. So there are certain pointers and certain newer technologies, which we'll talk about later, which can be introduced. So if there is a will, which means that the government starts spending more money on healthcare in general and TB in particular, I have no doubt in my mind that yes, we can conquer it by 2025. Thank you.
That's on that very optimistic note. If I can just extend the question a bit further, sir. The IPACT model, which has implemented newer diagnostic tools and has been able to make costs much more affordable for organizations. Would you be able to elaborate on that a bit? How will it reduce the burden of DRTB diagnostics?
Yes, I think this was a very timely introduction when all the private labs, you see, it was actually what you call look London, talk Tokyo. Nobody was talking to each other. But this was a kind of an initiative which was brought in by the Clinton Foundation, and I must thank them. And I was the first chairman of this organization, and in 2010. And now we have 250 private labs taking part in this program. And also the pricing of the TB testing on CBNAT is around 2,200 rupees, which used to be much higher earlier. And this is in spite now of the OP, really going down. So I would like to say that such kind of things, and especially with MGIT culture or Hain assay and fluorescent microscopy, are all available at controlled rates. So this is a step in the right direction. We may not be able to test on site, but you can be assured that we can pick up the sample from very far off places and the interiors in India. It's possible.
That's very encouraging indeed. And I think that is the way forward, collaboration of the private sector with the government. Dr. Sachdeva, sir, the next question is for you. How do you see financial burden in implementing strategies in TB patients versus drug resistance TB patients?
So, Bonali, the financial burden can be seen from various lenses. One lens is cost of not implementing the program. So, cost of not implementing the program of either TB or drug-resistant TB has disastrous consequences in terms of increased death, morbidity, mortality, and huge expenditure in the future years to come. So we have seen that every rupee invested gives you a return of more than 100 rupee in terms of future expenditures saved. So that's one lens to look at the financial burden. Other, of course, is to look at financial burden from the patient's point of view. What out-of-pocket expenditure they are meeting for their TB and drug-resistant TB, which of course for drug-resistant TB is manifold compared with drug-sensitive TB. One, because the treatment is long. Two, the diagnosis is difficult. Three, the diagnostics are costly. Four, the treatment is costly. So the out-of-pocket expenditures, and fifth, they have to visit centers which are relatively farther from their place of stay than the centers for drug-sensitive TB. So all out-of-pocket expenditure from patient's point of view are much higher for drug-resistant TB than for drug-sensitive TB. Then there are systems costs to the program, and the program struggles to allocate resources between various components. So they have a component of drug-sensitive TB, they have a component of diagnosis, they have a component of drug-resistant TB, then you have a component of demand generation, which is advocacy, communication. Then you have a component of partnerships dealing with private sector, other partners. You also have a component of monitoring and evaluation, supervision, recording and reporting, your human resources. So all those things, you struggle to allocate resources towards, specifically towards drug-resistant TB, because it's a huge money guzzler. So the best way to actually allocate resources to then, as they say, implement your drug-sensitive TB program in such a manner that you don't generate drug resistance in the first instance. So that's the other is the opportunity cost. If you implement your program well, you can do much better things in future.
That's great, sir. Thank you for that pointer, that ultimately DRTB is often a consequence of failure of the therapy of the first line. And if we could be aggressive in treating that. And again, I think it's pertinent that the government bears the entire cost for treatment. But I think the loss of, the loss of salary of the patient for that length of time, I think they face, and most of them are breadwinners and they're fairly young. Thank you, sir. If I can take the next question to Dr. Mandal, sir. Can test and treat model help the TB program going forward with the inclusion of the newer molecular tools that we have? And the very good advanced treatment regimen, some of which you already alluded to in your earlier question. And how would you be planning to include these newer technologies to target DRTB specifically?
Thank you, Dr. Bondali. I mean, the first question you have put before me, that test and treat policy. I mean, we have, since long we have started that test and treat policy for our program, and for both drug sensitive and drug resistant TB. I mean, before that, I want to mention that so long we have traced upon the secondary prevention of communicable disease like TB. I mean, early diagnosis and prompt treatment. So apart from that, I just coming to your questions, just I want to mention one thing, that we have started, I mean, TPT also, that is TB preventive therapy in some states, and it will be scaled up further throughout the country. So now what we have started recently, that we have started the primary prevention for TB also, and that is very important. You know that primary prevention is very cost effective, and if you compare with the secondary prevention, I mean that diagnosis and treatment. So we have started that primary preventions. So number one, we have started already that TB preventive therapy. I mean, whatever preventive regimen is available in the peripheral level.
That's great, sir. I think there's been a paradigm shift in the treatment of DRTB, and it's very encouraging that there are the regimens which you have just described, which are shorter duration, lesser toxicity, and far more tolerable to the patient as well as effective. So I think that's great, and we do hope that we're able to curb this menace of DRTB from the therapeutic perspective. If I can take the next question to Rashi. Rashi, this new 10C model that has now come up that you had already quoted, which can help in a rapid TB and DRTB diagnosis. That's exciting for everyone. And what are the plans of rollout here on once it comes? You've said it's already, the paperwork's done and it should be available very soon.
So this 10C technology, I mean, just for the benefit of everyone, what does it do? We speak about multiple, pathogens. We talk about broader target sequencing in PCR technology, detection of multiple pathogens in a single molecular test. That's what 10C does in a very simplistic form, right? So you take any mutations, you take multiple pathogens, and it just basically, you take one single test, one single sample, and it will give you the result. That's what it does. Now, it doesn't need any sophisticated infrastructure, can be decentralized very, very easily. And so it's going to change, again, like I said, the way testing is done in the diagnostic world. Our plans with XDR now being approved in India, you will see this now being launched in India. It will be available. 10C is already available in the country. We started that last year to kind of help, labs and program build capacity for XDR. And now with XDR available, we will also start using these instruments. Decentralizing the testing to a district or a sub-district level, which is XDR testing, is going to be very possible now with this 10C and XDR technology. And my hope is that because we will be able to do this, we will help reduce the loss to follow-up cases, that everybody has spoken about. And that will really help us revolutionize the way DRTB is detected in this country.
That's great. I think exactly as you say, we look forward to how things, pan out in the next several months, and I'm sure it'll be hugely beneficial to a rapid diagnostic. The next question is for Dr. Velumani, sir. How would private sector, along with public sector, motivate people on the need of getting adequately tested and treated for TB and DRTB? From the context of, for example, the way COVID vaccination rollout happened from the public sector and private sector took over, and together, I think the achievement was tremendous. I mean, how can these learnings be applied from that public-private partnership perspective towards TB, DRTB, diagnostic, treatment, management, and essentially heading towards elimination?
Yeah, the happy news is within an year's period, we could identify vaccine, at least even domestic and global, a lot of focus and R&D, and it was great to see some light in the end of the tunnel, though it's taking time. For tuberculosis, it did not happen. Also for tuberculosis, for the last 50 years, we have been struggling, and always in diagnosis, we had a feeling something is better than nothing. So slowly we had come to some stage where some resistance could be identified thanks to some of the molecular technologies, but yet they are very costly. And not that, the problem with pyramid, if you put a center point in the pyramid, the problem with tuberculosis is economically poor are more affected. That means making it affordable for middle class is not going to be the solution. You have to make it affordable for the common man or the poor class. Government is not spending, all is going on something known as out-of-pocket expenses. So it is nice to hear something got approved just 2-3 days back. I believe that they will bring in faster. Not only that, if they don't make it cheaper, it won't create any kind of impact. The RT-PCR test was 4,800 15 months back. It has come down to literally 480, 1/10. So are the raw material cost for COVID testing. But in tuberculosis, that is not happening. We only hope we have learned from there and we know what is volume-based benefits. And tuberculosis, the gene sequencing appears to be around. I personally felt some 6 months back, if we can do a gene sequencing which can tell out of all the drugs, which drug does not work, that takes clearly the therapy to a definitive next step. Having said that, that gene sequencing needs something at around $1 million investment. And even after $1 million investment, if you don't have daily some 500 samples, the cost is very, very high. So all those challenges have been there, but if somebody can get a small instrument which can go to every district headquarters and it can get the results at affordable cost, nothing like it that can put the XDR into first control. Once XDR is in control, we have time to work on tuberculosis. And if we don't do that, we may be too late to touch tuberculosis. Yes, private-public partnership is the only way to go, other than lifestyle disorders where you have enough time to diagnose, treat. Everybody can afford to buy that gadgets and run the business. When it comes to molecular, it is not everybody's cup of tea. It needs volumes. Volumes need transportation of samples, and that needs logistics. Then you need IT, everything. But very clear, private alone can't do, government alone can't do. Together only we can see what the dream of the Prime Minister by 2030 might have at least reduced by 50%. TB Mukt Bharat bahut dur ki baat hai.
Right, sir. Thank you. And I think you're right that, as Dr. Sachdeva said, I think we have to tackle TB from both ends. One is, the very drug sensitive, the regular patient, treat that well, treat that properly, diagnose them quickly. And the other end, you have the XDR, which can become quite a fulminant kind of force, both clinically and microbiologically and to the community. So I think we have to tackle aggressively from both ends, and hopefully we'll see the goal that everyone desires to see, even though it'll be an uphill task.
Mind you, everybody is talking about only pulmonary tuberculosis. 10% is non-pulmonary. No one is even thinking how that can be approached. That's another challenge.
Absolutely, sir. And I think because of the infectious nature of pulmonary TB, that the focus entirely goes on to that. But you're right. There are no extra pulmonary that we have to tackle as well. Thank you very much, all our esteemed panelists. That was an extremely illuminating discussion. And I think all of us are certainly on that path towards TB elimination in our different capacities and different positions. There are many questions that have come up on the chat box. And if I could take it up one by one with our panelists to whom specifically it has come. Dr. Arvind Lal, sir, Mr. Hemant has asked, with COVID reaching saturation point and hopefully caseload decreasing, how do you look at the post-COVID patient needs and business growth? What is engaging your attention in terms of preparing for the future?
Well, I have always been an optimist, and I believe that all pandemics, will die down. But this pandemic, Harsh, is a different kind of a pandemic. It requires active participation, not only of the government, but of the people in general. So the first thing right now, don't want to go into the whole history of, how, why it should be done. But the first thing is that we must, step the accelerator on the vaccination. And the second thing is that keep telling the people that, well, it is bound to come back. It is bound to come back. It is not dying away. It's not going away. So people like me who have gone studied a little bit of trigonometry, it is like a sine wave. It goes up and it will go down. And the moment it has gone down, it will come up again because you've unlocked everything. So the only thing which, Bernali, you'll understand is that you've got to keep lessening the amplitude of the whole thing. And that is where the trick lies. Many people ask me if the third wave is inevitable. I said, well, it is definitely, you can, push it back as much as you feel like, provided everybody takes an active part in controlling it. So this is not an ordinary disease. It last came 101 years ago. It killed, 1.8 crore people in India. With the same kind of a yardstick, it should have killed 7 crore people in India right now. But the fact of the matter is that, well, we become smarter over the years. So let's hope we become even more smarter. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. I think that's a good sort of perspective to have. Let's hope things pan out in that manner. There's a question for Dr. Mandal, sir, from Mr. Shrikant. How is the program planning to implement these new innovations, like what we've just heard from Rashi and what you have also explained, the expert MTB XDR, which has just been recently approved by WHO, that has been approved for use in India, and that we're all very, very much looking forward to having in the field, so that it can directly translate to patient care. So how is the program going to implement this over the next some months?
May I come in? Yeah. So I have already mentioned that there is a strategy for our program, NTEP, regarding inclusion of any new diagnostic or any new treatment regimen for our program. So as you mentioned about a diagnostic model or modality, I mean XDR, CAR-Ts and something else. So whatever now, that we have usually we put that proposal to ICMR, the research wing of the health ministry, for getting it validated first, and thereafter what we did earlier also, that we have to put it before the expert group for diagnosis to get validated from their side. And also simultaneously we need the DCGI approval. So after getting all those approval from 3 sides, we can incorporate that model for our program. And also we always consider the price of a test also from programmatic side. And I think Dr. Velumani has also mentioned that regarding that financial constraint of the program. So I can say that there is no financial constraint from the government side. And since the last 5 years, the total budget for TB program has been increased threefold. I mean, from around about 1,200 crore to now, I can say for this year, 2021-22 financial year, the budget has been fixed at 3,400 crore approximately. So from government side, we are giving free diagnosis and free treatment to every TB patient. Only constant is that from the private side, private sector. whether patients is getting free diagnosis and free treatment from their side. So whenever, one private practitioner or one medical personnel from the private hospitals notify a TB patients in our systems, we extend that free diagnosis and diagnosis probably they have done before notifying it. And we always extend a free treatment for the TB patients. Even if in case of dear TB patients, we afford to give them full treatment, even for the delamanid or biraculin containing regimen. So there is no problem for that side. Only what we have to do now, more partnership with the private players, and the diagnostic labs and the private hospitals, as we did with the Medanta hospitals. That has to be done and that has to be scaled up. Otherwise, from the government side, there is no scarcity of budget. So I can say boldly that whenever a patient is notified, it's our duty, our responsibility to give that patient free treatment.
That's great. So I think the National TB Elimination Program stands as the largest and the most robust program that has been rolled out in India. If I can take the next question to Dr. Velumani, sir. Ms. Gunjan Sharma is asking, you were one of the later players to enter this field, but had a phenomenal growth during the pandemic months. Can you tell us about how you made your business model different and how did you deal with non-COVID needs?
In a lighter note, I made an entry late, but I have exited to tell that tuberculosis was my dream only last 6 months. And then according to me, tuberculosis needs attention. And I felt that getting a half a dozen number of sequences could help the sequencing cheaper. Sequencing MERS, whole genome sequencing makes the clear definitive diagnosis. And if there is a volume and if there is a pricing which makes common man to consume, what I did in thyroid, I thought I will do in tuberculosis. But I think the program is live and it is ThyroCare, which is well equipped to take it ahead. But it is different in that sense. If you can focus on gathering volume by reducing the price, you will make it still profitable. So that is how I had done business for the last 25 years. And tuberculosis will go through that. It's not going to be clear within 5 years, 7 years as we dream. And it will not happen until some 10 laboratories get into investing into substantially. But if what Rashi says, if that is going through, if their pricing is affordable, no one will then go for a sequencer, which is very costly. I believe they may be able to truly contribute enormously if they could take care of the pricing for the diagnosis. With all said and done, everybody knows in tuberculosis, diagnosis is the very important step, but then that is less consumed because it is costly. So first we need to make it affordable, then accessible, then only we are going to take care of that menace which makes poor to suffer, that menace which is there in the underdeveloped countries in much higher percentage. It needs just solution with a cost effective, which a common man can afford.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to an end of this very exciting panel discussion on diagnostic play and in the context of drug-resistant TB. We are in a race against time. I think all of us are trying our best in our capacities to fulfill this goal of government. I thank the eminent panelists and experts in their field. Thank you for your very good and elaborate answers, which has given us insight into the problems that exist in the domain of DRTB. And we look forward to the exciting times that will come with innovations in diagnostics and in therapeutics. Thank you very much. Thank you, FE Healthcare Summit, for this excellent diagnostic discussion platform. Thank you.
Well, the gears have been shifted already to redefine. Let's usher in a big, humongous round of applause for our lovely panel, the phenomenal panel. We just have a tweet that's coming in from Shamal Das saying that thank you, panel, that reiterated how home diagnostics is poised to be bigger than ever. And we realize it even more after we hear the specialist talk. Now, this is turning out to be phenomenal at the summit. So thank you very, very much to the panel. And please let us know, panel, your experiences as well of speaking at the summit. And yes, please do respond to the tweets of the audience that are coming in with all the discussion that you had and the perspectives that they learned. So put it as a highlight or the best thing, also use your pictures and, just tweet your key learnings. So let's make it all experiential. Just exactly like how Arundhati Roy, your tweet says, marketed as more confidential, cost-effective, and less time-consuming home diagnostic kits have now come with the cutting-edge technology, AI and IoT. Absolutely, that's true. So before proceeding, ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind all of you, right, that you can just catch hold, not literally though. So find your industry colleagues and, the delegates, the fellow delegates, as we call it, right, and have that up close and personal chat and, exchange perspectives in the networking lounge that's exclusively reserved for this experience. So what's the wait for? Go ahead and network. Happy networking on that note. I'm not gonna stop saying that you have to continue, tweeting. I'm sure you can see we are upping the vibes just because you are being conversational. So keep upping your leaderboard scores also out there. I want a lot of you to win. Keep the momentum going, fill in the partner questionnaires, exciting vouchers coming your way. You never know who's going to be the winner, right? So let those surprises come on your platter. And with that, a lot has been said, a lot has to be done. Moving on, delegates, since uncertain times demand, and we realize this at Financial Express, they demand an even more compelling content. So let's see what ideas our next array of discussants have to, in a way, flesh out when we talk about this. Is again, now if I put out a poll out here, asking you which has been the most crucial topic of discussion at the FE Healthcare Summit, trust me, I cannot pick one. I cannot give a binary answer. If you can, let us know through the tweets. But you know what? The next topic is about the emergency medical services in India, the present, and of course, the future. This is going to be a worthwhile discussion. Our next panel discussion is all about and are really, asking that question and discussing it with our panel, that are emergency healthcare services in India really ready for the next wave? Now, God forbid, but are we really ready? Allow me to please welcome our experts on board. And we have with us Praveen Godru, the CEO, VMedo. Well, Praveen is a biomedical engineer by education, a distinguished alumnus of the prestigious Manipal Institute of Technology. And yes, owing to a personal tragedy in his hometown, that was something that further motivated and inspired him to give up a lucrative career in medical image processing at a multinational company and start his own venture. Well, I guess someone said it rightly as I introduced Praveen. Heroes are born not during times of ease, but during times of dangerous discomfort. So I think that is what applies to Praveen as well. Praveen, it's inspirational to be joined by you, and we're going to be shortly seeing you on the screen. But allow me to also invite your co-panelist, Dr. N.K. Venkata Ramana, the founder, chairman, and director, Neurosciences is Brains Hospital. Warmly welcome you. You are an internationally acclaimed neurosurgeon, a researcher, a recipient of a number of prestigious citations, awards. Dr. Venkataramana, you currently preside over the Indian Society of Pediatric Neurosurgery, and you are the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Cerebrovascular Diseases and the Sciences as well. So thank you for joining us. And with that, we are up next inviting Dr. Santosh Shetty, CEO, Kokila Hospital. Dr. Shetty, you're a leading figure in the medical sciences, truly redefining processes and culture at the place that you serve, right? And of course, creating that impact across nation, the humanitarian that you are. We are ignited. Thank you for joining us. Well, up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be inviting Mr. Jitendra Walia, the CEO at Emergency Services Uttar Pradesh. Well, this is the state that I hail from. What do I say about him? He is a true COVID crusader, and I have seen it with my eyes. With we being having had a brush with COVID in the second wave, unfortunately, but thankfully managed to survive well. If I have to name this one person, he is one. Why? Because I've had the personal experience of seeing him help not just us, but thousands in UP when the second wave really hit us hardest. With 20 years of experience and a proven track record in various sectors, Jitendra is handling emergency services of 108, 102 ambulances in the state of Uttar Pradesh, tirelessly working there and currently working as, at the KHG Healthcare Services as CEO for UP, providing hospital care to the citizens of UP through mobile medical units. And he is very quick in what he does. So welcoming you there, Jitendra, such a happy coincidence and a lovely thing to be greeting you on the screen. And with that, our moderator, our very diligent, as I always love to address him, Kumar Sharma, I have no doubts that you're absolutely ready to take charge. Well, Kumar, you're the deputy editor of our very own team, financialexpress.com. Kumar, over to you.
Thank you so very much, esteemed speakers, for taking time out for FA Healthcare Summit on an important subject of emergency healthcare. All of you have been deeply involved in this subject. We have not only been key players in seeing that these services get delivered at shall we say, the most bizarre times that one can really comprehend. So if I may begin with each of you in terms of how the experience has been and how you see things going forward. If I can begin with Mr. Praveen, you see yourself and your entity as actually one whose main purpose is really attending to emergency healthcare needs, and from access to ambulances to ventilators. I think what about a network of 2,000 odd ambulances? I think that at least we see now, or maybe more as its numbers keep adding. But then your organization's creation itself, I think around 2015 or so, was in pre-pandemic times, which was also necessitated by the need to bridge a gap in emergency healthcare. So things have even got more tough, I think, as the pandemic rolled out. So where do you see the gaps widening now? What did you pick up from the first and the second wave, if we can begin from there?
Well, Kumar, thank you so much for the opportunity. So as you rightly said, we founded in 2015. So of course, based out of a personal incident, coming from a tech background, we just thought that, so we can bridge this gap by using a technology. That's how we started. But eventually we got to know that, the problem is not just accessibility, right? So, there is a continuous challenge starting from, layman to taking them to the hospital, finding right beds. So this was pretty much the everyday story that we used to get even before the pandemic. But of course, pandemic is a great example for everyone, where almost everyone experienced the same problem, right? The experience of handling a patient at the home during an emergency, or finding an ambulance, or getting admitted to the hospital, finding beds in the hospital. Everything was, really very sad. So I think we experienced almost 50 to 60% more requests. So generally we get about 100-120 calls per day, private ambulance requirement calls. But during pandemic, we had, second wave, particularly second wave, we have had days where we used to attend more than 2,000 calls per day. So we used to uplift our manpower. And of course, we also had a shortage, although we are a pan-India ambulance network of 2,500 ambulances. So we couldn't serve more than, 40 to 50% of the cases in other cities. So because we are extremely strong in Bangalore, we were able to, handle the overall surge in the demand. But whereas other cities, it was very difficult for us. I think pandemic was a great, example to show services like us is of a great need for everybody in the market. So I think with that, I realize, there is a great potential for a platform like VMedo to in going forward to solve this problem and make emergency healthcare more accessible.
Absolutely. I think, if there's one thing that one remembers from the month of April was essentially the calls from patients for ambulances and from their relatives and for medicines and everything and for oxygen. So yeah, very important. Though I think I would want to come to Dr. Jitendra Walia. You've heard what Mr. Praveen said, but you run, as you said, the mobile medical units in Uttar Pradesh, which is a huge state to be operating in, with its own set of advantages and challenges. In our conversations earlier, you had mentioned about your entity being more like hospital on wheels, as it
right.
But then you started out again in 2018, which again, pandemic was pre-pandemic. What needs to be done now when you venture out with this kind of initiative today, during pandemic and post-pandemic? And if you think in terms of preparedness for the days and months ahead, what do you make of what's where we stand?
Right. Thank you so much, Kumar, for this opportunity. I'll just speak and take you through overall the national perspective, what has happened. Then we'll come down to the state-wise perspective. The rapid spread of COVID-19 globally has prompted policymakers to evaluate the capacity of healthcare infrastructure in their communities overall. Many hard-hit localities have witnessed a large influx of severe cases that strained existing hospitals. The second wave has exposed gaps in the unbalanced development of the cities and the overall healthcare infrastructure. Even the most developed countries' infrastructure collapsed to handle emergencies, and thousands of people lost their lives. Very sad to say that. This gave us scope to rethink and upgrade our healthcare system exponentially. So while we are rendering services in one state, we are looking at nation as a whole, and we are looking at how we can replicate the best practices of a state to other states. Like this is a very good initiative by Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable CM of Uttar Pradesh. Earlier, I was running 108 and 102 and advanced life support ambulances in Uttar Pradesh from 2015 to 18. In 2018, these services were launched, mobile hospitals. So these are for the underserved and unserved areas of Uttar Pradesh. There are thousands of people in villages. They die just because they are not diagnosed of any problems. They don't go to hospitals, although hospitals are there. We'll talk about dynamics, how distribution system is very important as we work in FMCG companies or in telecom companies. Distribution in healthcare needs a replica, and it needs a rampage work needs to be done in healthcare system.
No, I think very important points which you're saying in terms of numbers. I mean, that has always been the case with India. I mean, the one big thing that we have to offer to the world is the numbers that we have, huge numbers, and anything. That is one thing which has been, in fact, the fear as well. Whether we have the third wave or not, anything that happens in India, the kind of numbers make it a wave in a sense, really. So there are concerns as well. I would want to quickly I'll come back to you and Mr. Praveen again, but I need to get Dr. Santosh Shetty in here. Dr. Shetty, you mentioned about Kokilaben Hospital, which is one of the modern facilities, and you're well prepared to deal with emergencies. But one thing which we noticed during the pandemic was what happens to entities such as this when they're flooded with patients. Mr. Walia referred to big numbers and in terms of people needing immense cares. You talk of the distribution as well as spatial and geographical distribution of the country. But what do you think needs to be done to reduce this overload?
Thank you, Kumar, for having me as part of the summit and for this question. And as you very appropriately put it, because of the sheer size of the population and the number of cases, it was extremely critical that everyone pitches in, because that is the only way that you will be able to handle such a large number of patients. So if you look at Mumbai, there was right at the beginning of the pandemic, the BMC commissioner called all the private hospitals together and decided that each one of us has to allocate significant number of our beds towards COVID. And in addition to that, there was also a centralized dashboard system created, wherein at any point in time, centrally one would know as to how many beds are available in which hospital. So so there were 35 major hospitals of Mumbai, along with a large number of nursing homes who were all integrated into this network. The goal being that every patient should be able to access a hospital bed. In each of these respective geographies, there were war rooms created. So any patient just needed to call up the respective war room and he would be told as to which is the hospital to go to. So one of the key elements in this whole thing was this public-private partnership, where everyone got together, decided that this is the time where, being a national pandemic, we all have to participate, pitch in our resources, give our beds, our staff, and make sure that no patient is denied a bed. In addition, what we also needed to take care were the non-COVID patients. I think in this whole COVID pandemic, one important focus area was not to neglect non-COVID patients, because you still had the heart attacks, the strokes, the brain hemorrhages, they all had to come into hospital. So your ability to segregate these patients, make sure that they don't mix with COVID patients, was something that a very effective triaging system needed to be created. So just to summarize, I think key element was amazing public-private participation, which ensured that more and more stakeholders got involved and ensured that if every patient who needed a bed got a bed at a rate that he could afford. So I think that in a nutshell was the best way to handle this.
Yeah, I will of course come back in terms of for future preparedness, but you raised a very important point in terms of non-COVID scenarios as well. And that brings me to actually Dr. Venkat Ramana at Brains, and as the founder and the chief neurosurgeon, you have looked at closely perhaps the very important area in healthcare when it comes to handling emergency stroke. I mean, the issue of stroke, which I think is a major killer in India today. Understood by many, but still I think not recognized as much in terms of its seriousness. What has been your learnings seeing the two waves and the lockdowns earlier, and what needs to be done in terms of better preparedness in days and months ahead in important areas, not just COVID, but other areas could be, say, Bell's palsy to stroke. If you can begin from there.
Exactly. It's very interesting that we all began with the slogan saying that health for all by 2020. But unfortunately, it became a paradox, and it was with vengeance. We were hit by the COVID. That not only the slogan, the whole healthcare machinery of the country has failed. Now, as a result, as has been rightly pointed out, dealing with the day-to-day infrastructure, technology, planned surgeries, elective situations is completely different from dealing with the mass casualties like this. It's totally a different ballgame. It needs a unified, consecrated approach. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. Now, one of the important things, as you rightly mentioned, is that I took a stand because mine is a single specialty hospital and doesn't have ability to treat COVID patients. So we stand out to treat only the COVID or non-COVID related patients related to the neuro. So in the bargain, the many patients who were not infected with COVID came with subarachnoid hemorrhages, brain hemorrhages, strokes, and significantly the risk of stroke has increased with the COVID. As you rightly said, from Bell's palsies to Guillain-Barré-like syndrome to stroke to encephalitis-like syndrome, seizures, so many things. And we need hospitals and expertise to manage these people too. And surprisingly, some of them came in an emergency and then became COVID positive. That became a challenge. So to create a segregation within the hospital where we need to treat them not getting exposed to the other people who did not have the COVID infection yet had neurological complications. So these are like neurological emergencies literally, and all the elective surgeries have been shut in order to pool the resources. That will take away the resources in terms of oxygen and other materials, as well as manpower resources. So we all have shut down the elective surgeries completely. So and we have dealt with only the emergencies. Now, what is important is that not only in India, it has proven that all over the world, the whole health system has collapsed because we never anticipated, even best of the countries, never anticipated this kind of such an emergency. So it starting from infrastructure to resources to manpower to the technology, everything crumbled suddenly. And in a situation like this, we need to have some basic systems ready. A platform should be ready, then we can take on. So that's what I think we lacked. Because of this lack of platform, everything has become lopsided. Things stitching together, all the things together became a big challenge rather than equally dealing with the situation. Now, but I must say we appreciate everyone did to their best extent, despite of all the shortcomings. We tried to pull things, all the resources, whatever is available, put them together to the best use and see that what best we could have done. Probably, if we had a platform, where certain basic things are already done, and then we can superimpose all the other technology, resources, everything, probably we would have done much better, much well organized. That is something I think we need to think of. We can discuss it later. Now, certainly when it comes to that, strokes, we had a serious problems. The two things that the risk of stroke has become double in people with risk factors with the COVID, and the chances of death rate of the stroke, which otherwise they would have survived with disability, has also increased. So this became a challenge. Now, the point is not treating the acute care. Now, we need to create a bed for the next incoming stroke, but the people who have gone out of the acute phase, we didn't have a place to send them out. They didn't want to go home because there's a COVID positivity. They want certain amount of quarantine period. We never had certain places where they can be quarantined effectively, yet treated with all the rehabilitation and other facilities. I think that's what has become a challenge. So we were able to create a quick rehabilitation for these people, where the moment the acute care is over, all the neurological patients have been shifted out. The moment they're out of ventilation, where we did provide all the rehabilitation, medical care, everything put together comprehensively, so that till they, like an intermediary care, where they're not sick enough to be in a critical care, but at the same time not fit enough to be in the home. So that is the care that was required. So this is an eye-opener that we need to have a tier system to face this kind of an emergency.
Excellent. Yeah, I think I should come to Mr. Praveen. I think some of the points which you mentioned, I'm sure you could resonate with some of them, because especially the word platform, that's something which I think is something which you are so very closely associated with. Some of the points which came across from what Dr. Venkatamana also mentioned was about the talent, resources, as he mentioned. Something on upskilling also becomes important at times like this, when you have certain new kind of unattended scenarios emerging. Then there is also, from the earlier conversations, also from earlier speakers as well, the element of public-private partnership again emerged as another area where something needs to be done when we look at the time ahead. And also perhaps running parallel has been this issue of guidelines when it comes to emergency services. So if you could reflect on these three aspects, perhaps in whichever order you prefer.
Well, see, of course, thank you so much for Venkatraman sir for making my life simple by taking that word platform. So if you look at what all of the panelists are doing, or there's a lot of work that is happening in emergency healthcare. So of course, emergency healthcare is pretty new in India. If you look at 2000 is when it started. Of course, I think as per my knowledge, Venkatraman sir did started 1062 much earlier than 108 was started. So with the pioneers like these people, Indian emergency healthcare is definitely getting a better shape. But what we analyze is from the general public perspective, they are unaware of facilities like Kokilban Hospital or Brains, or even the government facilities of MMU hospitals. So as a technology provider, our whole idea is, can we bring all these people on one single platform and make them accessible? So if I can relate them to the if I know the neurosurgery specialization can be handled by this particular hospital, if I can actually save a huge amount of time. Right, today people have no idea where do I get an ambulance. There is an ambulance standing in the next road, but they will be calling their friends and family to reach out to ambulances. So that's been a significant impact that a platform like VMedo can bring to emergency healthcare. So it's not just a problem associated with the end public. If you look at another sort of problem, a lot of small and medium hospitals do have a challenge of finding ambulances. Assume a hospital want to pick up an emergency patient from a different region, they will find it difficult to send their own ambulances. So that's when they can rely on a platform like VMedo to pick up a patient from a different region to their facility. See, also the second fold problem is a lot of small and medium hospitals do have a challenge in terms of managing their ICU equipments, medical equipments. That's where VMedo comes into picture in assisting them to find the right medical equipments to the platform. So it's basically hospital has a platform where they can improvise the patient care, at the same time solve their own internal challenges of procurement, challenges of getting connected to the ecosystem. It's not just one-sided. That's why we call VMedo as not just a platform, as an ecosystem, because we are looking at how every single person can contribute to make this better, right? And as you rightly mentioned, the skill set. So today we have something called VMedo Academy. So if you look at the data, more than 80% of the people were not skilled to handle such a large pandemic surge, right? So it is unfortunate to say majority of the people were unaware how to perform a basic emergency interventions. So today ambulance drivers are more of a drivers, not having a skill set with respect to saving life or handling patients. So with respect to VMedo Academy, we are exactly trying to bridge that gap from a degree to the skill set that is required to handle emergency. There was a necessity even during pandemic and nursing. Dentist doctor who wanted to come and save life. It was just a skill set issue that was stopping them. So through the platform, we are also upskilling people through our online training modules and offline training modules. So now coming to the very important question that you talk about, government policies, guidelines, public-private partnerships. I think it's really important that government have to look at some of the policy updations or guidelines. So it will be very unfair to say that today in India we don't have a legal certification requirement for ambulance driver. Any guy who have a yellow badge can become a driver, ambulance driver. So can we have a strict guidelines from a government, probably upgrading, telling that this is a certification required to operate an ambulance, to be an ambulance driver. So starting from the segment that I know, of course I'm not a doctor to talk about the medical intervention of it. From a non-medical perspective, this is what I feel. See, even 99% of Indian home doesn't have first aid kit. So forget about BP operators, forget about BiPAP, oxygen concentrator. 99% of the Indian homes doesn't have first aid kits. So people, one, it is a connected problem between people and the healthcare ecosystem. We all should come together to solve this. I think government's guidelines, see now after pandemic, there is a pricing put together, pricing constraints have come, the policies have come. So I look at even for somebody who is training CPR, so there is no guideline. We have searched from a government, there is no legal guideline like who can actually certify somebody. Of course, we have organizations like American Heart Association and so many others who is working as in certification bodies. But having said that, if India have to take this, we need more locally grown organization to come forward and solve this problem, because with a massive population, we can't just rely on foreign institutions to solve this problem. So government have to come out with the guidelines to bring more innovations in this space, to bring more upskilling programs in this in this space. Maybe introduce more EMT related programs in the regular curriculum. So I think this is where government can really play a very important role in solving this problem.
Yeah. On the same points, actually, I would want to run this past since we are starting to look at the clock. To Mr. Walia as well as Dr. Shetty as well as Dr. Venkatamana again, is these points on the the public-private partnership, on the guidelines. For instance, I think when we look at Mr. Walia, when you look in terms of providing the OPD services, as you said, doing the lab tests and others. But when you go to remote locations in UP or wherever tomorrow you expand into other states as well, there is this situation where you have a situation in a remote location. There is no access to ventilate or incubate a patient. And then those challenges also come in. So from the perspective of public-private partnership, from a guidelines perspective, you can just quickly just share your thoughts on this, and I'll go to Dr. Shetty as well as Dr. Venkat.
Very rightly said, Mr. Kumar. These are the future services. Like when we talk about healthcare services, we've seen in pandemic how badly we were affected and how smoothly we wanted to come out of it. Given the resources which are in place, everybody pepped in. Everybody, right from a nurse to a doctor to a surgeon to the government, highest person in the government, they all stepped in, and they made it possible that we are able to reduce the damages. So now today we are running mobile medical units in Uttar Pradesh. We want to increase the number of mobile medical units. Probably, like there are 832 blocks in UP, and we are just having 170 mobile medical units.
Yeah.
So probably one at least per block we should have, one mobile medical unit per block we should have, and so that on an average the block has around 800 to 1500 villages. So we get to serve each and every village and to each and every citizen of Uttar Pradesh, might be other states also when we venture into. So getting the healthcare services which are there from the government has already planned for it. The government has taken initiative. Just needs to expand. We are in the right direction. We need to expand. So this is how we are looking at key to be present as in each and every block, present in each and every, we are able to serve in each and every village, to cater through EPHCs or to cater through CHCs. When you talk about ventilators, we have an excellent program of advanced life support ambulances in UP, which has mobile ventilators. So we talked about the number of ventilators in the state. So advanced life support ambulances, the number needs to ramp up very fast. We just have 250 ALS ambulances.
That you mentioned actually, that in terms of the numbers, it's usually a challenge. Dr. Shetty, quick thoughts from you and Dr. Venkatamana before we started getting questions from the listeners, so we can probably include them as well.
So I think the other panelists have touched on most of the points, so I'd not like to repeat any, but just like to say that, as a country being amongst, the most populous countries in the world, we need to quickly move towards an integrated EMS system. I think that is actually the need of the hour. What we have is, our islands of excellence, you have 1298, 108 and some of these things. But what we need to quickly move to is an integrated system where, ambulances, whether, what kind of vehicle is an ambulance. You can't have a small car which becomes an ambulance. So there are no regulations for things like that. What is the kind of medical equipment that has to go into the ambulance? Get into maybe having a centralized call center, one single number like 911, which is in the US and many other countries, have a similar system, and which will work only on a public-private partnership, because a number of hospitals will need to be empaneled to be a part of this network, and a certain criteria for these hospitals to be empaneled, because the patient needs to go to the right hospital, like what Praveen was also mentioning. So that is again, then all this has to be integrated in a platform where each of these things gets tracked. The personnel need to get trained, whether it is EMS, EMT technicians, even things like emergency medicine as a specialty has just very recently been started by DNB. So these are we need a lot more seats. We need a lot more EMS technicians as well as doctors in emergency medicine. And then going forward, of course, the governance and the legal framework. So all of this, I think, has to get integrated into a centralized EMS system, which I believe is the need of the hour.
Yeah. Excellent. I think very important point. Dr. Venkatramana, just quick thoughts on this before we get to your questions.
Yeah. I feel the standard of care has been a big challenge in this country even before the COVID times. You move away from a city, every 25 kilometers, the standard of care steeply falls. The important thing is that though we can classify the country into cities, tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, villages, you can't classify life like that as well as the life-saving effort. So standardizing the care is been the biggest challenge for me last 2 decades. In fact, I've been fighting for that. I think that fundamentals we have not been able to achieve. So in an elective system, somebody has a problem, brain tumor. They can consult all over the world and choose. There is enough time unless there is a deterioration, right? When in an emergency today, what is available there, it becomes a standard of care. That becomes the gold standard. I think this is not acceptable. First challenge we need to do is that the entire nation has to come under one umbrella as far as the healthcare system is concerned. You can't have, healthcare different from different areas. So that standardization has to be brought in, whether it is Bangalore city or 25 kilometers away, for example, Koramangala, Nelamangala, or Bindamangala, the standard of care should be the same. That we have achieved something as far as the standard of life-saving life is concerned. I think that's something which technology can do it today, and resources need to be pulled together and then created. That requires fundamentally the education and resource pooling. I think, and bringing everything together under one nation, one healthcare is the most important thing. Today, actually, people are moving so fast that we should have one single number across the world. We can't remember 106 here, 108 in some other place, 111 and 911 in some other country. Rather, we should have at least one country, one number, one health system. And when there is a national medical emergency like this is the situation where all the states have to come together. And the policies, advocacy, implementation, enforcement, source pooling, source sharing, everything should be uniform policy so that there will not be any lopsided thing. There is nothing like my state is doing well, other state is not doing well. There is nothing like, the claims here. We need to put a uniform system that every life in Indian life is.
Yes, that has been a big learning in the pandemic actually. Now to some of the questions that we're getting from viewers. There's one question from Dr. Hemant, which is many have alluded to earlier also. What challenges do you expect further in the expectancy on the future waves of COVID? What kind of challenges it's open to any of the speakers here. The second question, which I also want to quickly include here, is one by Professor Chandrasekhar, who says that we refer to this upskilling part, but what new upskilling is required in the light of the pandemic? Anyone would care to share thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the challenges what we face is that the challenges what we have faced already.
Yeah.
So the challenges what we have faced is that gaps in infrastructure. That is something. Second thing, we have the training.
Yeah.
There's a big gap.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Technology.
Yeah.
But it's readily available to use at all. This is another one.
Yeah.
Communication is another biggest gap. Miscommunication has created more a panic in the pandemic than a proper communication.
Yeah.
So the education has to be at the level of 3 levels. One is for the people who are in the front line. So now you say everybody come to the war, and if they don't know how to fight the war, it's going to be a disaster. So we need to have proper training for the people in the front line. People, the public also need to be adequately educated that they have to cooperate. If you keep doing something good and the public is reversing that, for example, if they don't wear the mask and breaking all the rules, then you are exactly failing. So the third one is that media. I think media need to be educated and educating. They have a dual role. They need to get the right information and then pass on the right information in the right way to the right system. These are the 3 challenges we need to face. I think we need to quickly correct this. And technology should be used fundamentally to identify all the resources possible. Coordination, monitoring, effective communication, follow up.
Got the point.
Data,
Yes.
As well as course correction. I think these things have to be put together.
Have to be kept
with the help of technology.
Yeah, Mr. Praveen, you wanted to say something. I saw you venturing ahead?
See, of course, if you look at the third wave, right, so now I think one, of course, from a skill set perspective, everybody aware that, we need a greater skill set development across all the segments, starting from a general public to the medical professionals. There is a greatest level of upskilling and infrastructure development is required. But what I realized with the fantastic data points that we have collected over the last two waves of pandemic, now we are driving some intelligence. For example, when it comes to ambulance positioning in Bangalore itself, we know where is a large chunk of requirements were coming using our intelligence from the back end. Like as a technology platform, it gives us an opportunity to track that, bring some intelligence on the platform. Although there is a connected ecosystem, there is some amount of artificial intelligence that can be driven in order to anticipate some of the changes. For example, government is anticipating the region should be locked down. So rather than that, we can use some intelligent data to make sure that how can we position healthcare services and products in such a way we don't really hit that scarcity that we have faced in earlier two waves. I think the real intervention of technology is the need of the hour that I feel. As all panelists said, the platform integrated healthcare ecosystem plus a technology intelligence is the most important thing that is required to handle not only the third wave or even the further pandemics or any other natural disaster to happen.
Yeah, excellent. To wrap up, I think now, if I may just one line from each of the speakers here, you are engaged deeply with emergency healthcare services. If you were to pick one area which is of immediate priority and area of focus for you, one line from each of the speakers, and we can wrap up with that. Starting with Mr. Praveen.
Well, I think the one area is how we can use technology, because we believe with beautiful technology together, we save more lives. So technology is a go-to thing for me.
That's what you'll be focusing on.
Yes.
Anything in particular in technology?
Of course, technology as in today we have web technology, but it's more of intelligence, predictive healthcare, predictive analysis is what we'll be focusing going down the line with the data that we have so far.
Predictive analysis. Mr. Walia, what will be your focus now on emergency healthcare services and preparedness for the coming wave?
Yeah, I would be
hope we don't have, but your preparedness.
I would be looking at that we should have a centralized command center, which is technologically very upgraded, so that it has updation from each district. That when the pandemic bursts out, the people, they don't know which hospital to go, which hospital has beds. So this is a chaos.
Okay, very true.
We would look like to upgrade through a public-private partnership, centralized command center.
Dr. Shetty, your priority now. I know there are a number of things.
Yeah, but for me, I still believe that one of the most critical elements in this whole piece is the skills. So skills across all categories of people, whether it's doctors, nurses, emergency medical staff. I think that remains one of the biggest lacunae and what we need to truly work on. And all of us really need to put our heads together to see how we can get more and more skilled people, because that's what will finally have an impact on outcomes.
Excellent. Dr. Venkatamana, your comments in terms of this and we wrap up.
A large country with a large population should not be taken as a burden, and it should be taken as the biggest resource. So we have the huge amount of resources. I feel each one of them pointed out, every point is very important. I would like to focus that we have enough number of resources, but we do not know where they are. I think we need to pool the resources, identify the right resource for the right purpose, and to utilize the resources optimally to the best effect. We need the guidelines. And the guidelines has to be uniform across the country. Unless that is done, we'll be misusing the resources and we will again still be complaining. So I feel we should pool all the resources together when it comes to the country as a single country, when it is an emergency. And then we must have the guidelines across the country uniformly. Then we will be able to do the best for the nation at large.
Excellent. I think we have heard of disease surveillance. You're talking of now resource surveillance as well. I think very important. Great. Thank you so very much. I hope we have tried to cover as much as ground as we could cover in the limited time that we had. But thank you so very much.
All right, so those were vibes of camaraderie and how we are sort of coming together in our conversations and actions. Panel, thank you very, very much. As happy as I was introducing all of you there, as happy I am along with my audience members, while thanking you for highlighting the importance of PPP in implementing an organized pre-hospital care system in India, the need for the proper guidelines with respect to emergency healthcare services in India. Well, the discussion felt very reassuring, I should say, very old adage, but I think I'm allowed to mention that over here, that a stitch in time saves nine. So that's what, that's how important the emergency services, healthcare services are. And we had to discuss this. And now we also know the way forward, the plan that's in place. So thank you very, very much. A lot of appreciation is also coming in from the audience. So let's keep up the good work, and kudos to you all. So with that, before we actually move forward, because I'm sure you all have your eyes on the discussions that are coming up, let's first have a look at our presenting partner, Elsevier's corporate video right out there.
This is you. You are a researcher, or a funder, a librarian, physician, nurse, R&D professional, student, or health educator. Every single day, you dedicate yourself to accelerating progress in your field, to improving outcomes, not just for you, but for the global community you are part of. You believe in the future of science, research, and medicine, in an open future full of possibilities. At Elsevier, we share that belief. This is why we feel privileged to serve you with reliable information and valuable insights, something we are proud to have done for over 140 years. Our tools put you in control. You can count on us in upholding the highest standards of quality and integrity. We play our part in building a better future for research, healthcare, and people everywhere. True, much progress has been made, yet challenges still exist. Challenges we want to meet through innovation, through partnerships, through accelerating you. So together, we can make a lasting impact on society.
Well, great to see that journey. Here's to the dynamic team of Elsevier. So great, great going. And with that, we are, ladies and gentlemen, while don't forget to explore the features that you see on the right, that you see on your left, on the top or the bottom, every step that you sort of undertake and participate on the experiential platform that we have, sort of very mindfully curated over days. We've been waiting for this day to greet all of you, to have those most emphatic discussions. And, as I said in my welcome video as well, this is going to be unmissable. This is going to be mammoth. So I hope you're having the same kind of experience and beyond, in fact. So please keep exploring that, keep gaining all the points and all the exchanges that are happening, with your fellow delegates over social media. Keep it all going as we move ahead. Suddenly scores seem to be okay. So here's the thing that I noticed. Allow me a bit of a thing to regather my thoughts. I see there's a change. All right. So suddenly the scores seem to be dynamically changing. If I'm not wrong, now I see the meters changing. Rishabh Verma and Supriya Gupta, you can sort of pat your back right now because you are topping the leaderboard right now. So this is good. This is good. We call it the good competition. While we are with the collaborative energies, when it comes to the leaderboard, you all are very competitive, I know. So the rest of you keep leaving your impressions on the platform. You have to win prizes, right? So take a note also of the game-changing resources. I'm sure there must be some points as you have a look at the resources and the research papers, all those, collaterals that have been kept and purposefully, they are there on the platform for you to take a note of and take cognizance of and have a look at. So just go for it. This is for you. All right, marching ahead. You will agree that the Indian healthcare system is at the cusp of a major transition. And that's perhaps why we are having the hashtag FE Healthcare Summit. Well, the demand is much higher than the supply. This is no rocket science that I'm telling you. And the government has taken a clear cognizance of the same fact. Now, experts opine that the work has to start, and we sort of agree with them when we say that it has to start at the policy level. So I'm going to take all of you along, and we're going to be enrooted towards actually conducive policy in healthcare. That's precisely the topic of discussion for our next panel. I have a duly diligent panel who is may I say, all suited up to talk to you all, no matter how busy they are, where they are, they have all agreed to talk to you and, share their expertise. All right. So we're going to be welcoming on the screen, Rajesh Ranjan Singh, the CEO, Wish Foundation India. Rajesh, thank you very much for joining us. Looking forward to hear your thoughts. And with that, allow us to please join me rather in welcoming Shri Darez Ahmed, the Mission Director at National Health Mission, Government of Tamil Nadu. So big round of cheer to welcome Shri Ahmed there as well. And it's allowed, absolutely. It's also the unconferencing in a way. So just feel free to go overboard with the energy level as well. So keep up that energy meter as high as we also welcome our next panelist, Professor K. Srinath Reddy, the President, Public Health Foundation of India. Very welcome to you as well, Professor Reddy. Thank you for joining us. And no prizes for guessing this one. Our moderator would be E. Kumar Sharma, the Deputy Editor, FE Digital, the Indian Express crew. So Kumar, I know you're going to be extracting just the best perspectives from our panelists. So giving it straight over.
Thank you. We are honored to have distinguished panelists at this important event. Let me begin with you, Dr. Reddy. I mean, while you are a cardiologist, you've had your heart set on these public health issues for a long time now. You looked at the subject of public policy closely and chaired a landmark report, the high-level expert group, or in the healthcare world known as HLEG, more on universal coverage in India. It's about a decade since I think now that report was out, and now we are post-pandemic, hopefully post-pandemic. How have things been since then, and what points in it can be made actionable in the backdrop of pandemic? If you can begin from there.
Thank you. I also happen to have been trained in epidemiology and have a public health perspective. So I'm not purely a clinical cardiologist, though that has been my main identity for many years.
Yes.
As far as the HLEG report is concerned, I believe it was a very important collective contribution of many people to try and chart out a path for how India's health system can become more efficient and equitable in order to provide all the benefits of needed health services across the country to all sections of society. And that need has been re-emphasized very clearly during the COVID period, when we have seen great weaknesses of the health system manifesting in different parts of the country in responding to the epidemic, and also considerable amount of inequities being manifest in terms of how different sections of society could access health services in time, or what kind of financial hardships were visited upon them. Therefore, that underscores the need for universal health coverage. And I believe that has been picked up in the National Health Policy of 2017, which starts with a vision which spells out UHC, and also in the UN Sustainable Development Goal 3.8 target. But what is really required is how do we actually bring UHC into a mixed health system that is evolved by default and not by design. There are three pathways that are potentially possible. One is declare that the public sector can't handle it and hand it over to the private sector. That would be a disaster, because health has a great deal of asymmetry in information and decision making, and that can lead to a tremendous amount of profit motive exploiting the health system and the needs of the people. The second is for the public sector to declare that it will deliver everything by itself. Unfortunately, that will neglect the presence of a fairly large and diverse private sector that exists in reality today. So the real challenge is, how do we actually bring about a health system in which the public sector actually plays a fairly strong determining role on how health services should be configured and delivered, and bringing in the available private sector to partner it with clearly defined deliverables and accountability mechanisms. Therefore, we ought to bring together all the sections of society who are available, but essentially within a framework of universal health coverage. And that universal health coverage has to be primary healthcare led. It has to be based on a very strong foundation of primary healthcare, which is comprehensive, continuous, provides both acute and chronic care, but at the same time is well connected across each level of care, but connected also to the higher levels of care, like secondary and tertiary care in a bidirectional manner. And principally, it has to be tax funded or public finance with supportive contributions from other contributory social insurance schemes which are subsidized by the government, private purchased insurance, or particularly employer-provided health coverage as well. But it has to be preferably through a single-payer system to achieve economies of scale, build in the largest risk pool possible, and to provide a much larger package of essential health services.
Thanks, Doctor. I think a very important point when it comes to especially the dominant role or the increased public investment into this, because very crucial for, I think in some sense actually universal health coverage takes it for granted that there is a higher public presence. I think it's very crucial. So Mr. Dares, taking off from the points which Dr. Reddy has said, what would you from a state perspective see as what has happened, and where do you see as the immediate points of priority?
So Dr. Reddy, from even 9 years before the HLEG report, and have clearly defined what are the methods or what is the goal to be achieved in UHC coverage, and the SDG goals are also very clear. So my point, as I said, that it's very clear that it has to be a mixed, we have a private and public sector, and it has to be a public sector led, primary care led model to be had. But my problem with the whole, like I have a small issue here in the sense that what is the implementation issue? How does it translate in the field level? So when you look at that, what I feel is that unless until we have a denominator for every facility in the country, in the sense that the PHC should know what are the number of families you're taking care of, what are the kind of disease burden which we have, rather than having a 30,000 population for PHC, let us have the family register and let us understand the burden, and we shift from a line item budgeting to a denominator based budgeting. For example, some PHC may have 60% geriatric population. One PHC may have 10% geriatric population. Another PHC may have some 20 cases of dialysis. Another will have 3. The point of having a same budgeting system for the whole institutions it's not the way forward. That's what I feel. Unless until we clearly fix the response. When you once said one word is very critical, accountability. How do we fix accountability at the primary care level? And basically, input-based systems may not deliver the results. If you look at that, input alone is not enough unless until we see clearly what is output to be had. And how do we design it? It's not by a proper line item budgeting cannot achieve. That is my point. Thank you.
Yeah, before I come to Mr. Rajesh, I want to go back because of the points raised by Mr. Dares to again Dr. Reddy. Dr. Reddy, from the points which Mr. Dares raised, I think this has been traditionally debated for a long time now. And this whole thing was around, disease surveillance, monitoring, evaluation, also in terms of the healthcare cadre, strengthening it. I mean, we've on this aspect of implementation and the state role there. What is your take, and where do you think we should be focusing immediately, at least?
No, I entirely agree with Dr. Dares that it has to be customized to each block, if not the district. I mean, the more decentralized it can be in terms of planning and delivery, the better it is. I would suggest that ultimately the policy has to be set at the national level in consultation with all the states. The planning has to be done at the state level in terms of how the resources are going to be allocated as per need. But the actual implementation has to be done at the district level with a great deal of flexibility. And you have to have data to sort of guide how those decisions are going to be made. And of course, you need very strong community engagement as well. So for me, data-driven, decentralized decision-making and people-partnered public health will lie at the heart of a successful UHC.
Yes, I think, yeah, I'm sure Dr. Reddy would agree with some of these points as well, I think. But coming to Mr. Rajesh, I've been wanting to have you into this also. This centrality to some of the points which Mr. Dere said and also Dr. Reddy alluded to is a crucial role of the primary healthcare and as the last mile challenges that we have, apart from, of course, fixing of responsibilities, also in terms of evaluation of data at a local level, all that becomes critical. I mean, every state, definitionally, we have in India that every district has to have an epidemiologist and a surveillance officer. But how much of decision making happens there? How is data actually translated into action there? But without getting into all those issues, I actually just want to get your sense. I mean, yours is a Wish Foundation, which is a Vadvani initiative for sustainable healthcare for our readers, for viewers. How do you pick up, what is it that you pick up from the points raised so far and from your experience during the pandemic? If you can, especially from the perspective of strengthening the policy support.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'll pick the thread from where Dr. Reddy really left. He clearly articulated about using the universal health coverage and as a backbone and using the primary health as a backbone for really addressing this whole gap between the policy and the action there. In fact, from our experiences, what we have really, the 5 states that we have been working, the accountability lies at all levels. I think between the central, the state, the district, the block, and also the facility level, I think what we have seen over a period of time that when it comes on taking the responsibility, it keeps really tossing between the various decision-making bodies and institutions there. Coming from the private player perspective, non-profit and profit perspective, it's also very critical what really applies, what accountability framework really applies to us as a third party, also applies to the government. From our experiences, we realized that when we were really being measured the success of our own, the primary health centers there, you have the indicator which suddenly comes up, the checklist comes up, and you start getting evaluated based on that. I think if we have really achieved a success rate of 90%, still there is a lag of 10%. But when it's the success by the general system is 60%, still no one is really questioned. So having this differential approach of evaluating the model, analyzing the data, using the tool and the policy, I think that's something needs to be really looked into from the policy to the action perspective there.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Dr. Reddy, this point which is there about, the working together, partnering, which is very important. I mean, the pandemic also, these elements came in terms of, what happens in a pre-hospital setting, what happens in a hospital setting, how much do private, public partner and all. But if you look at a few specific things, for example, before our meeting, I was looking at, for example, if you look at the ICMR guidelines, for oxygen support, hospital admission is necessary. And we saw what happened, during April and May, especially if you see from remote locations, ventilating, incubating needs which are there. So while we talk of an integrated manner in which these things have to seamlessly come in, from the way the policy contours have been laid out, where do you see, could there be some starting point, or could be some areas where we can at least eliminate some glaringly evident gaps?
One of the problems about guidelines is that they're usually framed by physicians working in tertiary care institutions, disconnected from some of the realities of the district hospitals and the primary healthcare system. So they're actually looking at the ideal situation. And when cases of mucormycosis occur, they'll say, look, we told you, people don't know how to administer oxygen in a clean manner. But I think my philosophy is, if the perfect is not possible, perfect the possible. Whatever is possible, try and make it as efficient as possible. And therefore, we ought to look for home care as well, home-supported care, where even oxygen can be delivered there, with support, with adequate amount of supervision and monitoring and support. And then when people have problems, then they should be transferred as soon as possible to a hospital setting. So we ought to really plan at all levels of care. And that's how the guidelines should be configured, certainly.
Yes, actually, Mr. Dares, taking off from the points which Dr. Reddy said, actually, and capacity building, all that also became important. Can you talk us through in terms of some of the initiatives, that Tamil Nadu government is actually embarking on, at least in this space? I mean, there was much talked about the recent initiative which was there, I think, to take, the healthcare to doorstep, that initiative which was launched, where there was this thing of blood pressure and I think diabetes, checkups done and then treatment given. But these two are just two elements of this, but there are a whole range of issues again, though, while we diagnose the problem, it's half the journey, because treatment becomes crucial. Given that Tamil Nadu is one of the states represented here today in our meeting, and fortunately is one of those which was also in the National Health Survey 5, while it has been for fewer states, it's not a complete report, also includes Tamil Nadu, and we have figures from there. Something that you can mention as, what you see as, your takeaway and what you see as the current priority there.
Again, when you're talking about state strength, like out of 100 deliveries, I think 60 deliveries in Tamil Nadu is in government sector. If you look at that data and look at MMR and IMR also, there are the different indicators which we give the pointer towards MCH care. And if you look at in SDG, like 1/3 reduction in premature mortality. So we have a CRS system which shows that how many people have died of NCD. Now, how do we plan for an 1/3 reduction mortality? Is it like that is an SDG goal which you have to achieve? So when you look at our home care to doorsteps, it is not just checking. It has got a linkage, care continuum to the PHC, and we have mobile medical units, and we have RBSK doctors also. Which RBSK has 2 doctors in every block. So how do we do the care continuum is also part of the plan, and not only hypertension and diabetic.
Yes, I think of course there is NCD is in fact I think a major killer. I mean, it's a big problem area always, of course. But some of it in terms of, if we have, let's say, emergency care, and if we invest in public health, if you have an anesthesiologist in a primary health care center, it's not just for handling an emergency care in cardiac, but also even for a C-section. And so it solves both the problems in some sense. So what has been Mr. Singh, what has been your experience? I mean, based on what we've gathered so far, you have looked closely at some of these elements also. If you can share your thoughts.
Well, we realized that in fact during the COVID, both the wave 1 and wave 2, when actually we were reading, we were really finding that the primary health centers, the institutional deliveries, the consults, the IPD, OPD, everything started going down. Like, either it was closed or human resource was being really directed for surveillance. Or, the primary health center that we're managing in various parts, we realized that the dip was only 5%. The OPD came down only 10%. The institutional delivery only 5% there, even in the midst of the COVID there. And it happened for 2 reasons. A, the human resource and the capacity building, or the whole learning management system, the platform, e-platform that we really created immediately, right in the beginning of COVID-1, and how it really helped them in dealing with uncertainties there. That's one. Second was the technology which we used. We have using the various point of care devices, digital health tools, technologies, telemedicines. But during the COVID period, both 1 and 2, extensive use of that, really it builds the confidence of the human resource, like who are the frontline functionaries, the doctors, the paramedics who are within that. The B part was also that from the the client perspective, the beneficiary perspective, we found this to be very effectively being used. Right, our telemedicine quickly started connecting people who were in the home isolation. We realized that even in the COVID too, we reached out to almost 768,000 population through our telemedicine there. Wow. Some of them were either have they were symptom. 60% of them were symptomatic, and them they were really getting treatment or home isolation there. So this use of the tools, technologies that Dr. Reddy briefly touched initially, but that can easily be embedded in and put into the day-to-day functioning of the primary health. And it started showing a good result for us over a period of time. The one thing we did was that use of digital health for the data analytics. We were all guessing or not accurate. We were working, but when we used the digital data, system there through the EHR and EMR initially that we created, we found that I think we are reaching out to the right people. We are really precision public health, was the term that I really keep hearing a lot about. That if you have a right kind of tool technique, and you can really reach out to the right person on the right time there, and that really the technology really helped us immensely during the COVID period.
We are actually now running out of time as we see. So just a quick concluding comments. I just want to get the thoughts on this now. As I gather from some of the questions being raised, I think, from a viewer point of view, I think the centralities now around worries are around the preparedness now, in terms of whether we have the third wave or not, whether the kind of unfolding of the healthcare situation happens now. Quick concluding remarks in terms of from looking at a policy perspective. I don't know whether policy can be seen when one talks of an interim need to be met, but from the perspective of preparedness for coming eventualities, if you were to look in terms of the key priorities that one could identify and say that, okay, this is something which let's at least start doing something on this. What would the concluding thoughts be of three of you, and I end with that. Mr. Deres, can we have your thoughts on this? Then we go back to Dr. Reddy.
See, it's about strengthening the health system. The WHO framework is very clear. What are the different pillars of a health system? So having an ad hoc one disease measure is not going to help better than me. So it has to be a comprehensive health system strengthening. All the pillars has to be strengthened. And I say that, and the first pillar I will say is financing. And what kind of financing? How do we measure healthcare financing? How is it different from other type of finance? For example, financing a highways or a PWD. So, but the budgeting system has to be cognizant of the fact that we cannot have the same financing system.
Financial incentive and strengthening. What do you say, Mr. Rajesh, before I come to concluding remarks from Dr. Reddy? Your comments, Mr. Rajesh.
Well, I really see, I think we have experienced technology at the forefront. We cannot deny the human resource, but I think with the 1.35 billion population, it's time for us to use the technologies. And we know that, I think without that, it will be difficult to really achieve the universal health coverage. That's one. Second, from the policy to the practice, I think one point that I will always bring the practitioners during the policy making. I think it's critical. As one example, Dr. Reddy said that those people who are really preparing I think they need to really have a practitioner approach and not actually clinician and physician. That's one. And the third thing is that always keep the last mile in mind when we are working. So make it as inclusive as possible.
Dr. Reddy, your concluding remarks, if I can maybe then conclude with that.
I agree. There can be a single solution for this, because health system is a complex system and you need to deal with that complexity. But within that complexity, you need to prioritize. I believe what you require is a political commitment, policy coherence, and then substantial financial investment by way of public financing in order to make sure that firstly, our primary healthcare systems are strengthened across the country in rural and urban areas, and then get them connected well to well-functioning district hospitals. And with that, we'll be able to solve 90% of our healthcare needs. And of course, tertiary care would be required, but that is already happening in big cities. And that can be allowed to continue in a coordinated manner. But unless you connect all these pieces, one of the important problems is that all of these pieces are disconnected. So for me, coherence and connectivity are going to be absolutely important, along with commitment from the policymakers.
Coherence, connectivity, and commitment. I think, I think they are the important 3 C's. I think that may be a good way to look at it. But thank you so very much, Dr. Reddy, Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Daresh, for your time. Thank you so very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
While I do think that in some capacity, my work is a little tough with, keeping a tab on all the tweets that are coming in, who's topping the leaderboard, and of course, paying due attention. And, while being meticulous as to what our experts, the panel just talked. So firstly, thank you as all you stakeholders, the panel, as you said, that all the stakeholders, including the states, need to be brought under one roof. Yes. And as you all beautifully said, the aim here is to collaborate and cooperate to bring a strong healthcare system, right? Hence, I say we are in this together. So thank you for speaking to us on this important topic right out there that was towards how we can be conducive when we talk about the policies of healthcare. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, please, to add some stars to your leaderboard game by exhibiting your electronic presence at the exhibition booths out there. I'm trying to just find out some different verbiage, some different language, but trying to make sure that my audience engages at the exhibition booth by our partners, Optum and Elsevier, of course, and the Wish Foundation as well. So you would also find a booth from our very own Indian Express group. Of course, how could I miss on that? Well, don't forget to answer the poll questions also appearing in the box on the right side of your screen, right? So please keep doing all of that, and I will be bombarding you with these useful informations, and I hope you're all finding it all good. And with that, actually allow us to move ahead, but in between, as I love interacting with you all, right, before making sure that you get involved in the next panel, there's a popular economic theorem that says there aren't no such thing as a free lunch, communicating the idea that it is impossible to get something from nothing. No, that doesn't happen. So I would expect nothing again less than a resounding round of applause. Come on, let's do this on the count of 3. Doesn't matter if you're in a car, that's okay. I mean, let's have inspiration from our panelists, right? So doesn't matter if you're on the move, wherever you are, let's just clap. Let's clap for our good health. Let's clap for the good discussions, for our speakers. Yes, for yourself. Each time you hear them talk to you at the brightest summit of the times, the hashtag FE Healthcare Summit. Yes, that's how you get the energies onto the show, right? And so, just keeping fingers crossed that we meet you and greet you in person sooner than soon. But right now, keep those claps, because the upcoming panel is going to talk about investment in healthcare. another unmissable leg that's the need of the hour. So allow me to rope in our panel members, Dr. Harsh Mahajan, the founder, Mahajan Imaging. Well, Dr. Mahajan set up India's first privately run MRIs. Well, subsequently in the year 1998, he was appointed as the honorary radiologist to the President of India, and he continues to hold the post till date. Well, he was also awarded one of the highest civilian national honors of the Padma Shri in the year 2002 for his contribution in the field of radiology and imaging. It's an honor, Dr. Harsh Mahajan, to be joined by you. And as we see you on the screen, joining with your co-panelist in just some bit, allow me to please warmly welcome them as well. Vishal Bali, the Executive Chairman, Asia Healthcare Holdings. You are up next. Along with you, we'll also be happy to be inviting Vinesh Gharia, the Chief Executive Officer for India Operations at Art Fertility Clinics. Well, Vinesh, for you, 27 years of experience of managing business of pharmaceuticals as well and healthcare service industry, primarily the IVF fertility space. So that's great to note. And how you manage large teams consistently, achieving robust business plans. I'm sure this is what makes you of this stature. All right, so up next, we are welcoming Gaurav Marathe, CEO India, Managing Director, Lincoln International. Well, Gaurav, thank you for joining us. You've also been in the past Director, RG Scientific Enterprises. You've also been the Vice President at India Advisory Partners Investment Banking. Well, Gaurav, I could not lay my hands, on much of the info about you. Of course, we'll have you talk. But, based on the testimonials that I sort of witnessed on LinkedIn about you, I got to know that you have fantastic networking skills and an amazing experience out there when it comes to various sectors and extensive corporate financial knowledge. So I'm sure this is going to be fruitful for the discussion that we're going to have right now, specifically with respect to the investment bit. Well, with that, allow me to also welcome our moderator, without which we absolutely cannot go ahead into the discussion, right? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to please welcome Dr. Anuj Gupta, the Director, Prescient Healthcare Group. Well, a dental and business graduate with more than a decade experience in making markets accessible, building brands for healthcare and life sciences companies. He has been actively developing go-to-market strategies, multi-channel outreach, etc. Well, the beautiful philosophy and a simple one that he believes in, I quote, "It's about the last man standing," I unquote. Now, this is something that we respect about you, Dr. Gupta. And with that, I can just say that cameras rolling onto you straight, the entire panel. And over to you, Dr. Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are doing well. I'm Dr. Anuj Gupta, working as Director in Prescient Healthcare Group, and will be moderator for the session today, which is Investment in Indian Healthcare. The panel today is joined by eminent healthcare leaders who have played a pivotal role in shaping the Indian healthcare today. They have success stories to share with all of us. However, the focus today for today's discussion will be on what will it take to fuel the next growth spurt in Indian healthcare and who should do it. I mean, the second part is more important right now. So again, welcoming all. Before I begin, one question to all my eminent panelists. What's missing in Indian healthcare? Why, despite having the largest treatable population, Indian healthcare per capita spend is just around $70 and among the lowest even compared to our neighbors for that matter. To begin with, I invite Dr. Harsh and Vinesh first, and then we move on to the investors, Vishal and Gaurav.
Well, thank you very much, Anuj. It's a pleasure to be on this panel among such eminent personalities. What's missing in Indian healthcare? I think if you take out, by and large, tertiary and quaternary care, to a certain extent, there is secondary care. I think it's the primary care that's really missing. in Indian healthcare. It is the preventive care that's missing in Indian healthcare. And also, to a large extent, training of healthcare personnel, be they doctors, nurses, paramedics, technologists, it's not missing, but it's not nearly sufficient enough. But I think the large piece that is missing, both on the private and unfortunately also on the government side, is primary healthcare.
Vinesh, any views?
Good afternoon, Anuj, and thank you very much. And I am happy to be here amongst all the eminent panelists. From the domain where I come, and I come from a domain of a very single specialty from working from last 3 decades here. I think what's missing is the access to quality healthcare in India, and it's evolving fast. I mean, I can see what progress as a country we have done in last 1 decade. But more quality infrastructure, better investment in technology, and better clinical outcomes will increase the confidence of people accessing the quality infrastructure. So I think in next 10 years, if private and public investment happening in better infrastructure and better quality healthcare in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, will definitely bridge the gap.
Great. Interesting that you bring these perspectives into picture. I mean, clinical outcomes, preventive care, training, primary care. Gaurav and Vishal, are these potential investment points for you?
So let me first make a macro point, Anuj. Since you asked what is really lacking, I think what is really lacking in India is a national healthcare agenda. Let's start with that, because I think that's the foundation on which a country's overall healthcare ecosystem, where you have participants both on the public and the private side, become an ecosystem, right? So if you don't really have a very clear-cut agenda, if everything is going to happen, sometimes it almost feels like things are happening by default. Because if you look at the rapid pace with which private healthcare grew in this country over the last now almost about 30 odd years, it was an agenda which got created by the private sector. It was an agenda that got created by the way that the private sector got funded. And it was an agenda which actually today probably is giving us a good quality of healthcare services, though still very much largely undersupplied. And if you back it and say on the public healthcare side, what really is going on, if there was an agenda and if health was an absolute core priority, we would not be spending less than a percentage of our GDP on healthcare on the public side, right? Because by now, India should not be talking about spending at 2.5% on GDP on healthcare, but one would have actually seen 2.5%, 3% GDP spend actually taking roots inside the healthcare ecosystem. So I think what is really very, very important, and I think the COVID crisis has even accentuated that a lot more, that what India needs is a firm healthcare agenda, which is consistent, which is last mile oriented, which brings all the entire players and their ecosystems into the picture. As Dr. Harsh said, primary healthcare, as Vinesh was talking about in terms of accessibility, everything all together under one agenda point. In fact, I think one of the larger ecosystem agendas is the technology side, right? Because if we have to keep talking about accessibility, affordability, you can't be talking about accessibility and affordability until and unless the agenda is to have 60% of healthcare medical technology needed in this country being manufactured in this country. And you're not going to pay it in dollar denomination, which only appreciates against the rupee. So there is a lot that needs to get done over here. And I think on the back of much of this, at least, in my now 3 decades of experience of not just being on the operating side of businesses, but also on the investing side, I think the Indian healthcare ecosystem is a very dominant and a favorite of the world's investment groups, basically because of the opportunity, because it is undersupplied, because there is so much of demand. Everybody believes and is willing to anchor Indian healthcare provider groups, irrespective of in which space they are. You talked about primary healthcare. There is enough and more interest in some of the impact funds around the world to actually fund primary healthcare enterprises. Diagnostics has been powered again and again by private equity investors and by other impact investors. So I think there is a lot of headroom on capital around the world to participate in various verticals of Indian healthcare. But again, I think what is required is, where is the agenda going? And if the agenda is going towards actually reducing the demand-supply gap with a very clear-cut policy backing it, I don't think investment in this country on healthcare will ever be in short supply.
Rightly said. Gaurav, you want to give your...
Absolutely. I mean, what Vishal said makes tons of sense, and we have been seeing that right through at least for the last 20 years. National healthcare agenda, very important. Access to healthcare, very important. Primary healthcare, the base of it, extremely important. And it's only now that we are seeing at least people are thinking around it. Yes, I mean, around 1.2% of the GDP for 2021, and that too on the back of COVID, doesn't make sense, right? I mean, and what Vishal said is right. I mean, we hardly have any public spending. Almost 70-80% is private spending. But having said all that, I think there are investors who are ready to back right from primary care, right from digitization, disintermediation, etc. Everything what is going on in the country. But the point is, are we doing the right things? Because where is this money going? All this money. And if we take a step back and look at how and which way our healthcare system currently stands. So if you look at all the top 10, 20, 15 cities, that's where most of the healthcare infra lies. So to bring out the point of Vinesh, I mean, where is the access? So we do not even have the healthcare facilities on infra in the tier 2 or tier 3, which again brings to the point of Vishal, the national healthcare agenda. So unless you have the agenda in place, unless you have, defined the right objective, so where would the investment go? Impact investing, private equity world investing, everybody is ready to fund it. And we have seen that money has gone into create the infra in those 15 cities. And today, even when we are talking about digitization, which is already happening on the diagnostic side, which is happening on the e-pharmacy side or the distribution side, which also is solving a big problem, which is of the expiry of medicines. Almost 20% medicines expire in the system. We do not have cold chain, so we don't even know whether what medicines are being available, which were supposed to be coming from cold chain, are they really, the right medicines? So all that, investment has to be in a comprehensive way, right? From the infra for the delivery to also, the entire ecosystem. So yes, I mean, investors are there to invest behind the right people, but government has also to step in with the right kind of policies and right kind of support.
So, what I hear from all of you is that we all kind of agree that the spending in healthcare from public side is way too low to even fund the operational expenses of any of the new or upcoming private startups or any solution for that matter, be it a tech solution. And eventually they need to take the private support, which again increases the cost of delivery, and a lot of variables come into play. So first, what I need to understand right now is what are the drivers which are widening the gap between demand and supply. We all know that 18 to 20% of healthcare population in India is under the insurance umbrella, and probably they are the target population for everyone, be it any segment or any subsegment within healthcare. So, what are those drivers? Have we identified those drivers which can, probably are either widening this gap or can narrow this gap, and which can be part of the national healthcare agenda?
So I think there is back to the basics, right? In terms of insurance is the biggest propeller of healthcare funding around the world. Whether you take a look at the US, where the Medicare and the Medicaid programs, along with all the private insurance companies that are there in that country, they are the real creators of third-party payer system and affordability of healthcare. And healthcare expands and grows on the back of that, whether it is the United Kingdom and the other social welfare healthcare schemes of Europe, are all funded, through the taxpayer money. But it all goes back into the system. So I think there is a lot to learn over here in terms of, one, how do we broaden the coverage bucket in this country, either through public insurance or through private insurance, but create a lot of depth around it, a lot of sustainability around it, viability around it, so that these programs then don't run out of money, every 3-4 years. We have every state government which started an insurance scheme in this country, and the fate of those schemes. Many have been completely unviable. That means they have not been well capitalized. They were great vision, right? Each one of the state health insurance products was great vision, but it never really fructified because the viability is not there. So the vision has to match execution, and then only you can have a much better healthcare coverage in the country.
Vishal, I think you made a right point, and from here, in terms of the viability of the insurance, and all these countries have these insurance very viable, and they are the biggest, contributors in terms of their own GDPs, and in terms of managing the entire healthcare for their own citizens. At the base of it, if you look at it, it's the preventive and primary care. So you do not end up into a tertiary hospital for those surgeries if you have great primary and a preventive healthcare, and all these insurance invest hugely behind that. So I think at the base of it in India, what is more important, and you rightly pointed out, what is your agenda, national agenda? So everything boils down to that. If investment goes into the primary healthcare and preventive, I think, and also back with diagnostics. So from that perspective, it will not only make the insurance viable, but also overall the healthcare system in India more accessible and viable for everyone. So I think that's the base of it, I believe.
Interesting. I mean, what I am hearing right now is that first the insurance system needs to be viable. Second, the agenda needs to be defined, and it should be aligned. Correct me if I'm wrong. The agenda for insurance schemes, the agenda for delivery, and then the national health agenda needs to be defined. And a lot of talk is going around the primary care and preventive care. Dr. Harsh, how I understand the viability or the execution has not been perfect, but has there been any impact? Let's talk about the impact of these insurance schemes coming up. We had Ayushman Bharat coming up a couple of years back. So did it impact preventive care, or have you seen a trend wherein people are going for more diagnostics or getting more health awareness or access?
Maybe in the few metros, things may have gotten better as far as preventive health checks and trying to find out before you actually fall sick. But by and large, there's no culture in our country of preventive health care. And you talked about the Ayushman Bharat scheme, and in that there is one arm which is the preventive arm, the health and wellness clinics, which there are supposed to be 150,000, 150,000 of these clinics built across the country. And we are told that about 25,000 are already built and functional, but we know very little about it. We don't even know what is the basic infrastructure that would be there in these health and wellness clinics. whether there would be, blood tests which would be done, whether there would be an X-ray or an ultrasound, or there would be a doctor there, or it would be a nurse practitioner. So, I mean, we say we built them, but we haven't built a starting point as to what it should look like. And then on the other hand, you have, as Vishal said, the insurance companies are losing money. And also, if you see, this is despite the fact that even if you take the corporate hospitals, the care in these hospitals is the cheapest that you can get anywhere in the world. And we are significantly cheaper even than our neighbors, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Nepal. At least 20-25% cheaper, good quality healthcare, good technology. And these, by and large, these corporates, save a few, are also in single digits of EBITDA. And then at the same time, those insurance companies are going under and they are losing money because we don't have primary care. Patients who could be treated at home through home health, or who could be treated by a GP nearby or in the primary or CHC, they are rushing to the hospital. And then once they are in hospital, then they don't want to go back. And so they are occupying hospital beds, the meter is running, and despite everything. So, there has to be some, look at the viability for hospitals, viability for the entire healthcare system. Because unless you're viable, and since we are talking about investment, who is going to invest if even theoretically we can't show viability? And practically, when you look at the milieu around you of the healthcare providers, leave the diagnostic players aside or 4 or 5 of the large, hospital providers aside, everyone is hand to mouth. And so that's where I think what needs to be done is an open, transparent costing of healthcare provision. Because even if you see, the medtech sells their goods, at least they make us believe, at the lowest anywhere in the world, and to the point that Vishal made, we need to manufacture in India. Unless we do that, the dollar inflation itself, keeps increasing your costs. Unfortunately, what happens is that, of course, the pandemic has shown that we are capable of doing very well. The kits that were made indigenously are second to none in terms of quality and really very cheap, so we can do it. Before this, what has happened, whatever was made in India, either it was not at the same quality as what was internationally available, or if it was at that quality, then it would be at nearly the same cost. So you didn't bring the cost down. And so it's a mixed bag. And I think unless we decide on costs, and between the government and the private sector, this trust deficit that hugely exists, no matter whether we hug each other when we meet, but that trust deficit exists. Unless, and for the public, when they go to a government hospital, it's all free or it's grossly subsidized. So they feel this is what the cost is, and that the private player is, charging 10 times more without realizing, by and large, that the taxpayer is paying the balance. And where we have done costing exercises, and this was done through FICCI, a study done about 3-4 years ago, 10 procedures costed, and these were for metro hospitals, 100 bed, 100 to 300, more than 500, and also the All India Institute and the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. Then the tier 2, tier 3 hospitals. What we found to our surprise was that the costing varied only 5 to 10%, even between the metro and the tier 1, tier 2 cities, and was similar in the government setup. So unless we can decide and be on the same page regarding what it costs to do something, I think this trust deficit will remain, and public-private ventures will ultimately fail because they are costed or the pricing is done arbitrarily. They take one price and then they say, we will give you 30% of this. That doesn't augur well for the healthcare industry of this country. And we need to look at it very, very seriously.
It's interesting you bring the pricing factor in. I mean, I agree. I mean, we have quite basic DNA problems. India has just 5 beds per thousand population and is ranked around about what 155th globally in when it comes to hospital access. So there were a couple of things that you were hinting at, both Vishal and Dr. Mahajan. You hinted at pricing, which is which has a viability element attached to it, which has a trust element attached to it. So, do you think, and of course, the healthcare inflation in our country has been on the upside of double digits. So, whereas the gross inflation has been on the lower side. So there is a mismatch. There is a perception challenge which is going around in Indian healthcare. So, do you think pumping money into the system would increase that viability not viability, if not viability, the sustainability of the sector, and then it will give that window to gain volumes for these private players or public-private PPP models and reach the economies. I mean, I'll first bring in Vinish quickly because he runs an elective procedure and probably he's outside the ambit of insurance coverage, at least for in India for now. So getting that extra money, what does it mean for a company like yours?
Anuj, I also feel that I want to give an answer and perspective of the niche from where I come on insurance. It's very interesting to know that as a macro dynamics of our country, we have the highest young population in the world, even higher than China. In this decade, we will add 27% more young population than last decade. We have one of the highest urge of parenthood in the world, and our changing lifestyle in India, I mean, clinical and non-clinical, both factors, but lifestyle more so, of marrying late. We have one of the highest burden of infertile couples in the world. Also, infertility is WHO classified disease, and it comes number 3 in burden, global burden. So with highest young population wanting to be parent, very good urge of parenthood, and a very high burden of more than 30 million couples suffering from infertility. Infertility in India, because you were talking about the drivers which can reduce the gap of demand and supply, why it is not covered by insurance in India, and why government or IRDA is not enforcing it. I could never find the reason. It's a disease. It's affecting 1 out of 5-6 couples in India. It is affecting to more than 30 million couples in the country. India is blessed with young population and urge of parenthood, which can impact economy a lot, and still it's not covered. Whereas you take example of, I'll give you one very, very classical example of private market in US. There is a company called Progeny. That's an insurance company. It is only offering insurance for infertility. And most global companies, big companies like Google, Facebook, most of the IT big companies, big giants, they offer this insurance through Progeny to their employees. Now, it's completely absent in India. If this has been focused by government and by all healthcare leaders, and we can enforce and push IRDA, that it's very, very absurd that infertility is not included in insurance, which can increase affordability and access and penetration and can help maybe millions of couples.
I think all the dentists right now would be beaming and holding banners for you. They are the equally frustrated lot. But coming back, would extra money help to increase that viability, sustainability?
Coming to your point, I also concur with Dr. Mahajan's point on this. We have very good quality infrastructure, quality, clinical outcome, demonstrated progress in last 1 decade. But we offer healthcare with very, very warm hospitality care and compassionate care in India at a very, very economical rate.
When he goes into some of these cities and puts up even radiology services, we have to customize our offering to these markets. And if you look at many of the chains around today, Anuj, we are investors in care hospitals. Care hospitals, 50% of the network is in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We are in cities like Nagpur and Raipur and and some of the other smaller towns, and those hospitals are doing fairly well. So our as I was saying that many of our IVF chains, 50% of Nova's IVF chains today are actually in tier 2 cities, and they are all doing phenomenally well. So there is a reason as to why there is a viability in these cities, but we cannot overinvest and then wait for viability to happen. We have to make these economic models work in tandem with the growth of these cities and these geographies, and then you have the right mix. And I don't think that today investors are shying away across the ecosystem and saying that don't go to certain markets. In fact, I have never heard any investor in any of the entities that we have invested capital on ever saying that, no, you will not go and invest our capital into tier 2 markets. Investors are turning around and saying, wherever there is capital viability, please go there. In fact, investors are pretty much akin today to sort of put more capital behind tier 2, tier 3 cities, particularly tier 2 cities, because they have seen the returns over a period of time which have happened in the urban cities. And they believe that India will go through the same phenomena in the tier 2 cities around the country. And some of those cities are actually showing that. So I think it's a question of the model. It's a question of the right capital deployment. It's a question of, again, the right clinical ecosystem, that is available. And fortunately for India, tier 2 cities in India have very decent clinical acumen. It is not that all the clinical acumen is actually only sitting in the urban cities around the country. So, and I see a lot of people who are today turning around and saying we would like to migrate from an urban city to a tier 2 city because the roads and infrastructure is probably better there than what we get in urban cities. So I think it's just a question of time and the evolution will happen.
Right. So, Dr. Mahajan, quickly, Vishal made an interesting point that the model needs to be fixed, right? But there is another side of it. For example, if I talk about imaging in particular, the cost of the radiologist is increasing substantially because the number is scarce. And then the cost of diagnostics, with the evolution of tech, the newer tech is getting costlier and costlier by every day. So, what works the best? I mean, if we are supposed to say that, and the government has been saying, government is more than happy to pass the buck on private sector every time they are questioned. But, if private sector is leading and is going to lead for a substantial and foreseeable future, how do you think, or what is the best way to come out of this paradigm wherein, at one side we have the viability and sustainability in our heads, and the other side we have the operating cost, which is increasing day by day, and probably government is not sensitive enough for it?
This is a great question, Anuj, and I think Vishal already answered it. You have to fit the equipment, the technology, the people to suit the needs of that area. What you may have in a large diagnostic center in Delhi may not be necessary in, say, a tier 2 city, because technology, you can have the best technology, which, if we talk of an MRI scanner, the best available today will cost 15 crores. Now, if you were to put that even in a tier 1 or a tier 2 city, there's no way in your whole lifetime, like you said, you won't get return on it. But you do have great MRIs available, which will cost you 5.5 crores, will be able to do everything. Maybe 2, 3, 4 niche things may not be required, may not be done, but those are things which the clinicians, the doctors, the surgeons there may never need. So you have to pick and choose what kind of technology. So just as a hospital can't have a cost of 1.3 crores a bed in a tier 2 city, and you need to be nearer the 50 lakh, 60 lakh mark, similarly, it would be for imaging. Now, we are also into lab medicine. That's a different kettle of fish, because there, with numbers, you can bring the cost down. Whereas there is a finite amount that you can bring down in imaging if you are still going to be maintaining quality. I mean, I hear of centers where 100 MRIs are done in a day. I mean, I could never do more than 35, even on the best of machines. So where we talk of cost, price, we have to also remember quality. And I don't say that it should be the best quality in the world. We do talk about good enough quality in technology as well as in healthcare delivery. It should be above average. It should not be below that. And that, if we are able to do, it would be viable in these towns and tier 2 cities. Now, I come to the point where we talk of accessibility, which Vinesh and everyone talked about. How do you reach those, 60% of the population of this country, which today is either not able to come to a hospital or is selling their home and paying for healthcare that they need? That is where the government has to invest more. There's no two ways about it. And saying 2.5%, that's being said for many years, and still, 0.97% is what was spent. There's no way. And if we think that 40% of our population, which is to be covered in the Ayushman Bharat scheme, can be covered in 6,200 crores or 10,000 crores, and they will receive all kind of inpatient treatment, including neurosurgery, cardiac surgery, implants. It's just not possible. Okay, right now there may be probably 18 crore people who are in that, who've signed in to this scheme. But if you look at what kind of procedures they've had in the last 2 years, it's nothing which is, it's very little which is tertiary care, let alone quaternary care. And where have they had those tertiary care procedures? Mostly in government hospitals, public hospitals, where it was provided free in any case. Now what is happening is that those 10, 11,000 hospitals which have come into the ambit, they are getting paid also. So in a sense, the government is taking money from one pocket and putting it in the other pocket. If this money could be used to actually upgrade those hospitals, to increase the number of beds in those hospitals, to get in more doctors into those hospitals, that would be wonderful. But we haven't seen that happening on the ground level. And, our Prime Minister said when he announced this scheme that we need 1,000 more hospitals to be built. Unfortunately, because of the viability problem and because we feel that healthcare can be given for free, not a single hospital has been built to the best of my knowledge. So it cannot be the case that only private healthcare will come in and people will go below the poverty line because they have nowhere else to go. The public sector has to pitch in, and the public-private partnership has to be such that it is viable for the provider and it's of good quality for the patient who's actually taking that facility. That's the only way. It cannot be done in isolation. I'm a firm believer of that. It has to be whatever the model may be, but the public and private spending has to go hand in hand. And like Vishal said, there has to be a uniform policy which cuts across the country. Unfortunately, health delivery is a state subject. If and the 15th Finance Commission has actually recommended that it should be brought in the concurrent list, so that the policies run across the board. And right now you have states doing very well in healthcare and those doing abysmally poorly. So that is also that policy change if it comes in, and more money if it comes. An answer to your question, definitely access will improve, the overall size of the healthcare industry will improve, and the ultimate benefit is going to be for the citizen of this country.
Great. So, first of all, I must compliment most of the viewers right now would have finally found that healthcare is a state subject. I think that is a debate going on for decades. Who sponsors healthcare in India? But I'll close this discussion with two questions. So, the closing question would be: I hear a lot that public and private partnership is going to be the cornerstone or the foundation stone if magnanimous changes are to be made to Indian healthcare. But then who does what? What does the government do in that model, and what does the private players do? But before that, I will just quickly go to Vinesh and ask, Vishal talked about Noah Healthcare being present in Tier 2. And I know that a lot of IVF centers have been doing very successfully in Tier 2 towns. What is the model? I mean, how is the sustainability and profitability being achieved? And you being the elective procedure, I mean, nobody pays for an IVF in this country. It has to be paid by pocket.
So Anuj, I'll give you an example, a very real example, and interesting to me, if it helps the perspective of question. In my erstwhile role as a PNL head and chief operating officer of Nova's IVF chain, when we went from Tier 1 to Tier 2, it was a very interesting day when we were presenting the B plan to the board investors. And I was being asked this, that, say for example, I'll give you the real question which happened. In Coimbatore, we were planning to launch a center in Coimbatore. It's a small city. There are only 3 big players there from 15, 20 and 25 years, very established. What will we do doing there? It's less demand. Number of procedures happening at present is less. When finally we launched a center, which was of course very rightly said by Mr. Vishal Bali, it was the economic model has to be great. That center was the fastest break even we had achieved in 6 months, earlier than our plan. One of the fastest cumulative break even. That center today, if I know what from my previous role, that it was one of the highest profitable center for Nova's chain. What I'm trying to drive is that Tier 2 and Tier 1, sometimes I don't really understand this question very well, because the demand in Tier 2 is actually very, very high. And as rightly said by Vishal sir, many Tier 1 infrastructure of healthcare are fitted by Tier 2. When we went there with very young team, with young doctors, we could do a lot better. And interestingly, we did not took any market from the existing 3 big players. We created our own market. And that's the same story happened in Indore and Vijayawada, in Rajkot, in Surat, in Patna, in Lucknow. When we offer a better healthcare infrastructure in a more organized way and demonstrate better clinical outcome, and we can connect with TG, target audience, with better communication, because being an organized healthcare and because we are backed by professional investors, I think there's a lot of demand in Tier 2. In fact, the next surge of healthcare investment and healthcare return on investment and profitability, I firmly believe will come from Tier 2. So I think it's not focused well. It will be focused now.
So Vishal, Gaurav, tightening the operations, or defining the box more optimally, managing your bottom line, is it good enough to convince the investors and say that, look, hey, I have an opportunity over here, and come and invest in me, and I will give you the scalability through volumes?
Vishal has done that time and time again.
And that's why I want him in. I mean, hearing from the horse's mouth.
Yeah. We have only marketed, but Vishal has actually executed.
Yeah, so I think, Anuj, that is, it is definitely a possibility. I think I think what we all need to learn is, just because you are invested does not give you the right to not run a viable business, right? I think, and particularly the olden ways of doing business. I'm not talking about the new age businesses. There it almost seems like the more you burn, the better you are. But here, at least in our businesses, I think in the traditional brick and mortar businesses, viability is extremely, extremely critical. And I think investors have traditionally continued to back those enterprises, double down more and further, the ones that have actually shown that viability and shown that you can crack the unit economics. And that, Anuj, requires a tremendous amount of self-discipline behind enterprises. And I think during the COVID times, we have all seen it in very, very close quarters. I think if COVID has taught one thing to everybody, is that the more productive and the more efficient system that you run, your survival is even better. Otherwise, half of the enterprises, the way that cash losses happened during the COVID, first wave of COVID, and also during the second wave of COVID, we would have seen many enterprises just disappear in this country because of, if they had not sort of doubled down on their efficiency quotient. So I think it is very important that you need to follow a very firm and a cost-effective model. And when I say cost-effective model, I'm not saying that you compromise, as Dr. Mahajan also said, in terms of on quality. You have to follow the baseline and premium quality metrics to make sure that you are never compromising on the quality of patient care that you're following, that you should not compromise on the technology that you're going to put in, but create a more efficient working methodology behind the model. Create a more efficient management structure behind the model. Create a management structure that scales with your enterprise. Sometimes we have over-invested models beyond what the business can take, and those businesses really then become completely unviable, right? So I think there is a lesson learned in various ways. And this is irrespective of whether you're running a business in a tier 1 city, in a tier 2 city, tier 3 city, wherever you're running it. I think those businesses that run on the right economic models have a right to survive. Those that do not actually should not survive, because that's the nature of capital that backs them. And that's the right way to sort of think behind. And we are living in an environment and in the healthcare infrastructure as we are all building out. As I keep saying again and again, we are a developing world country, going towards a developed status. What we pay in terms of all that we import is US dollar denominated, right? So our costs are actually in more ways than one built on the back of developed countries. But our revenue lines are those of a developing country. So we are in this dichotomy all the time. And the only way that you can actually, create viability is to balance this out in the right way. And once you balance it out, then, then organizations can not only survive, but they can thrive, and irrespective of the markets where they are.
Great. Gaurav, any more thoughts around this?
Yeah, so I think what Vishal says makes tons of sense. But also, I think, and I've read a few questions being posted, fairly relevant, but answering them will take another 30 minutes, which is beyond this. So, I read somebody asked for use of AI/ML in radiology, which is very much happening. We are raising money for a company which is, far advanced than all the global players today in this area. So, the kind of data scientists those guys have and kind of things that they are doing, they are selling technologies with the FDA approval to the US and the developed world, NHS, you name it. And unfortunately, their costs are not as much, but the models in India are not able to take them in. So they are selling everywhere, but in India, I don't know why, but yes, I mean, there are technologies which people have built. There are disruptive models which are in the market over the period, people will find the use case for them. And it's only about how we augment the resources, how we optimize it, how we evaluate it, how we execute it. So that's the bottom line.
That's interesting. So, another interesting question in the chat box is, can the delta between the investment in urban and tier 2 and beyond be defined?
So when you are saying delta, what would you mean, Anuj?
So the difference
in terms of the amount of capital that is going
the amount in capital.
So I think, Anuj, if you take a look at last couple of years, right? And if you take a look at the entire Indian healthcare ecosystem, whether it is on the delivery side, which is hospitals, whether it is on the diagnostic side, both radiology and pathology, whether it is on the single specialty side, and irrespective of the single specialty that we are talking about, whether it is mother and child, ophthalmology, dentistry, whatever we may say, there is a lot of capital which has gone backing the companies which are doing the tier 2, tier 3 play too. Right? As I'm talking to you, you know that at AHH, a large portion of the capital that we are deploying today through AHH is actually going into building out, these single specialty businesses in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So I think the delta curve will only shorten when you show more viability. Ultimately, capital chases efficiency. I think that's the fundamental truth that we all need to understand, that capital chases efficiency, whether it is in urban, tier 1 or tier 2, tier 3 city. The more efficiency you show, irrespective of which part of the world you are in, capital will chase you. And so those of you, because I saw the chats too, there are a lot of these questions around tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think capital will go into these cities if there are cost-efficient models that are built around the domain knowledge within the tier 2 cities. And that is beginning to happen. It is not that it is not there and it is all futuristic. It is not. It is happening as we speak right now.
And do you think investment in technologies would drive investments in tier 2 or change consumer behavior at large in tier 2, tier 3?
In a big way. I mean, if you take a look at where the world has consumed in the first 6 months of this year, almost $20 billion behind telehealth and behind, as one would say, the new age digital health companies. That's a tremendous amount of money that has gone all over the world. Much of that capital is going to be used in building digital health enterprises, even in this part of the world. And as you can see in the current ecosystem that we have already, all the so-called digital health companies, the e-pharmacy companies, everybody has seen themselves on a big rise. One of the companies that we have invested in has seen in last year alone 6 million new subscribers coming on board on their platform, just picking medicines. 6 million number of new consumers is not a small number, right? So I think digital is the way forward because it will also create that efficiency that we keep talking about. Digital is one way of doing that. India's future of healthcare is going to be built on the back of the 625 million people who are today using internet technology. That number is going to go to almost about 900 million people in another 3 to 4 years. So if 1 billion people are going to be sitting on last mile connectivity, a lot of health and wellness and fitness and everything which is important, as Dr. Harsh said right in the beginning on primary healthcare, where is it going to sit? It is actually going to be sitting on these pipes, which is going to keep India healthy. And frankly, I think that's what we really need to do too, right? Because if we increase our investment on that front and keep on getting India into a better shape from a health perspective, we may not need the kind of shortage of beds that we continue to envisage in this country. So there is a method then with which one can use the entire push of digitization and digital healthcare, which I think is a massive upside for India. It's not just an upside for these e-pharmacy companies becoming full health stack companies, but I think overall we will see a much better healthcare ecosystem. We are all wearing devices. We are all going, buying Fitbits. Why are we doing all this? Our data is going all over the world. all the large tech companies around the world are pumping in billions of dollars in just keeping the world fit. Why wouldn't India follow suit? India is already following suit.
Great.
Just to add perspective there, from today's almost 1.5 billion kind of digital tech startups revenue, we are talking of over the decade a revenue of around $30 billion. So that's perspective, from a market share of 2% to almost 15%.
That's interesting.
Doesn't move big needle, but look at the perspective, look at the growth. It's the highest growth rate, almost 35% CAGR for next decade.
That's interesting.
And Anuj, this is the only way that we are going to be able to provide access. It has to be through telemedicine, telehealth, artificial intelligence, which Gaurav spoke about. And there are many startups in this country doing exceedingly well at the cutting edge. And, I don't think there's any looking back. And access at affordable rates, and maybe what Vishal also said may turn out to be true, that if you're able to control things at the primary and secondary level, you may not need the millions of breads that we think would be required in this country. And how it's going to actually be able to provide access, be able to make up for shortages, be able to improve accuracy, both of diagnosis and treatment, and also ultimately to be able to lower costs and make up for manpower shortage. I think the next decade belongs to AI.
Great. Thank you so much for your inputs, everyone. I mean, you guys were a wonderful panel. One of the most comfortable panels to talk and discuss a complicated thing like Indian healthcare and related investments. And thanks to everyone who has posted the questions. Unfortunately, we could not take all, but I think we tried to cover all the key topics that were highlighted in your questions. So, thanks once again and have a wonderful evening.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Anuj.
Thank you, Anuj. Thank you.
Thanks, pleasure. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. As we heard you, we also could relate to the philosophy that you believe in, and that's how you sort of directed the entire conversation with the experts out there. So thank you for being a good director and a moderator as well, with our panel. And panel, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I think that helps our audience to understand how really, if a pipeline of investment is built by the public as well as the private sector together, we have been talking about the cohesive forces, right? So this is going to definitely ensure an increase in the number of hospitals. That's something that was a matter of concern, and continues to remain so in some capacities. But with the discussions, we're hopeful that it will help in the amplification and also providing that reach that you sort of spoke to health tech firms as well as diagnostics. So thank you. And Sana, thank you. I have to read this out because this should be a positive message to everybody else, your fellow delegates. So Sana says that she's finding the resources that she's checking out very, very useful. So great, be it the Indian Express Group, be it the Financial Express, our team, and of course our lovely partners, whatever they've put, it is useful for you. So that's great. If you have explored it, great. Thumbs up. Good job done. But if you haven't, please do so right now. Yes. So, okay, I'm going to take up this last tweet from Manu Varghese. That's you, Manu_Varghese. All right. So the new solution at the Optum booth is fascinating. Great. Lovely. So, all right. So I'm going to lead you all now and shift focus towards something that Igor Stravinsky, a Russian-born composer, a pianist, said. Because, we have advanced towards and gone ahead into the summit, and we don't want dull energies at all. So this is important for you, for me to hear as well. So what Igor said, to listen is an effort, and just to hear is no merit. A duck hears too. But not meaning anything otherwise, all I'm gonna, say to all of you is that if you're ready to listen and not just hear our speakers, that's when I can talk about our final session that's coming up. So yes, can I have some promises that we're going to be all ears with due attention? Well, I can trust the tweets, I can trust the impressions, I can trust the leaderboard, so I guess I'm allowed to go. Good to go, right? All right, so it's time now for a special address. Disruptors and the disruption, the tech explosion in healthcare, where we stand and what's next. This is what our special address is going to be all about. Well, Chris Gopalakrishnan, the chairman, Axeler Ventures, co-founder Infosys, would be joining us. Well, he is widely recognized, ladies and gentlemen, as a global business and technology thought leader for his role in literally redefining, growing the IT services industry worldwide. Well, he co-founded Infosys, where he served as the chief executive officer and also as the managing director. Well, the government of India awarded Chris Gopalakrishnan the Padma Bhushan, the country's third highest civilian honor, as we know. Well, Chris, we can't wait to hear you. So let us know how you're feeling, at the summit, and of course, the very important topic that you're going to address. Over to you.
Thank you for inviting me to, I believe, a very timely discussion on the future of healthcare. And in any sector today, the primary driver for disruption is technology. I'll come to that in a while. But before that, let me give you the headlines, the three headlines that I would like to focus on in my speech today. One is, of course, significant innovation is going to happen in healthcare. I believe that in the next 30 years, we will be living in a very different world. We will have solutions or cures for incurable diseases. We will live with much better health, and we will actually live longer. We are looking at living beyond 100 years, in normal way. Second is the focus will shift to preventive from curative. Today, we think about hospitals, we think about our doctors when we fall sick. But I think the future will be about healthy aging, healthy living, and on a day-to-day basis, looking at how we can prevent diseases from coming. And it also changes your relationship with your healthcare provider from a patient to actually a subject. And last but not the least, and this is very important for India, the transition to affordable, inclusive, quality healthcare accessible from anywhere. And of course, this one can only be provided digitally, because digital is what is going to make this happen. So I will talk about all these three headlines that I'm presenting to you. So what are the factors affecting any sector? And in healthcare, it's no different. One is emerging technologies. Second is the scientific research in that area, the discoveries in that area. And third is new business models. Starting with emerging technologies, and I'm going to take you through some examples to illustrate this. First and foremost, for example, the significant amount of disruption that is happening in the area of image recognition, be it an X-ray, an MRI, CT scan, the pathology slides that you take at a laboratory when you give your blood and things like that. And all of this traditionally has been reviewed, has been read by a specialist, a pathologist, or X-ray radiologist, etc. But more and more, we are now leveraging artificial intelligence, machine learning technology, deep learning technology to read these images. You can train these systems by showing various images and what are the disease conditions, how do you recognize these disease conditions, and over time, the system, the machine becomes actually as good or even better than a human being, a specialist. And this is even more important when the specialists are not available. So for example, in tier 2, tier 3 towns, etc., this may be the only way that we can actually increase the throughput and get these images read and things like that. So there's one set of disruptions that are happening. You upload these images into a cloud, the machine reads and gives you the diagnostics. A specialist still will review it, and the diagnostics will be given. So this whole process will be changing. Throughput will increase, distance will not become a factor, and quality will improve because machines don't get tired or don't make mistakes and things like that. The second set of disruptions are around Internet of Things, wearable devices and things like that. There is a digital twin in the future that will be created for every subject, and this digital twin is a mirror image of yourself that can be monitored on an ongoing basis. It keeps changing as you change. As you age, it changes. As you become sick, it changes. So it's a complete digital twin, and based on that, then we can prescribe procedures, we can prescribe medicines. You can actually study the impact of a particular medicine before actually administering the medicine on the patient, on the subject himself or herself. We are also collecting large amount of data, and there are two types of data that we are going to collect. One is population level data. That means, look at large number of subjects, look at subjects who have a particular condition, etc. And that's one set of data. And so, for example, if you have, let's say, a particular type of cancer, how many people have had that type of cancer? What was the medicine? What medicines were prescribed? How were they cured? What diet they took, and what is the impact of that? All this helps with your cure or your response to the disease. So that's why population data is very, very important, because you can then look at other people who have had the disease or other people who have similar conditions and find out how they have responded. The second is longitudinal data, which is data of a particular subject over the years. And now you can have data from birth to death, right? And we can have data every second, every 5 minutes, every hour, every day. All kinds of period intervals are possible, and huge amount of data will be collected. And this longitudinal data can be, as I said, everything about you. The molecular structure of you can be collected and studied on an ongoing basis. And if, let's say, you develop a condition, you can go back and see, could it have been detected earlier, etc. And all of this, again, will be augmented, will be made better with deep learning, AI, machine learning tools, etc. Now, let me switch to the recent discoveries that I believe are very important. I will not go into too many of them, but we are living in an explosive period of healthcare and medical related discoveries. And first and foremost, of course, we have to talk about the mRNA vaccine. One, the vaccine helped us during the pandemic. Within a period of 4 to 6 weeks after the sequence of the virus was published, you had a vaccine. This is a record. In previous instances, you had a vaccine typically about a year or two after we understood the disease. Here, within 4 to 6 weeks, you have a vaccine, and that vaccine is actually working very well. So the technology behind this is very, very interesting, because once the virus signature, once the sequence of the virus is given, you can actually take parts of that, introduce that into the body. That's the messenger RNA vaccine that does. The body develops the immune response for that and then remembers that. The memory cells in the body remembers how to fight that disease. So that's the technology behind this. But this now can be used to look at other diseases. So if you can take a cancer tumor and create a signature of that, you can teach the immune system to fight that cancer, and so on, actually. So this whole category of programming a cure is actually very, very interesting, and will again transform healthcare. And this is the reason I made the statement that incurable diseases will be cured in the future. The whole area of Human Genome Project, DNA sequencing, and the ability to edit DNA, edit the genes using CRISPR technology, again will be transformational. Already people with sickle cell diseases, these are single mutations, are getting cured using CRISPR technology. The other interesting recent discovery is from the Google company called DeepMind, where they announced that they have identified the structure, and they published this also, of 250,000 protein molecules. See, the proteins are actually consisting of amino acids. They are complex molecules, but the challenge with that is you know it's not enough that you know the composition of it. You need to know the structure of it. See, when the protein is created, it is created with certain chemicals, but then it folds into a particular structure, and what gets exposed decides what that protein will do. And our body is full of these proteins. You know, our muscles consist of these proteins. Everything, you know, in our body consists of proteins. Our hair consists of proteins and things like that. So knowing the structure of the protein and being able to predict these things will allow us to understand diseases in future. And I'm completely clear in my mind that this is going to be again transformational to find causes of diseases and cures for diseases, actually, because again, you know, imagine how you can introduce particular proteins or modify proteins in the future. Clinical decision support systems, electronic medical records, again transformational. And a country like India, if we can get population level electronic medical records with clinical decision support systems, we can improve the quality of healthcare and reduce the cost of healthcare and provide healthcare remotely. I will not further talk about these things, because there are so many things that I can talk about in these areas again. So again, lots of recent discoveries, the emerging technologies and the tools that we have created allows us to come out with these discoveries, again transforming healthcare. And last but not the least is evolving business models, actually. The first is the transition from curative to preventive. You know, as I said, we think about healthcare, we think about a hospital, we think about a doctor when you fall sick. But in the future, from birth, we are going to be monitored. We will have a relationship with a healthcare service provider. They will track our health on a continuous basis, and in some cases, or maybe in the future, in all cases, we will have a digital twin where, you know, they can actually experiment with how we are changing over time. The second aspect of this is, we will live longer, we will age better, and our quality of life will be significantly better. The third change in the business model from today is paying for outcomes. See, today, all said and done, the hospital makes money or the doctor makes money when you fall sick. So in some sense, the incentives are not aligned, the goals are not aligned. For the hospital, they want the patients to fall sick because that's when they make money. For the patient, you want to be healthy, you don't want to fall sick. So incentives are misaligned. And so in the future, the service providers will get paid for outcomes, for curing the disease rather than and keeping the patient healthy rather than helping them get cured. And that will be a significant change in the business model for healthcare service providers. And in India, the government of India has launched a national digital health mission. Under this, there are several areas of change that are happening, transformation that are happening, starting with electronic health records, a common digital technology infrastructure for the country, very similar to the National Payment Corporation of India, the UPI infrastructure, and you can see how it has transformed the fintech industry. And similarly, we will have a national technology infrastructure for healthcare. We will have a privacy-preserving consent-based architecture for sharing our electronic health records for research purposes, for sharing with our healthcare service providers and things like that. And the whole health infrastructure will ensure that our healthcare will be portable, it will be interoperable, and it will be affordable. What I mean by this is you can walk into any hospital, they can access your complete history, all the way to when you started saving your electronic health records and things like that. They access this, provide you service, and as soon as the service is over, the record are deleted from the service provider and stored back into your lockbox or your deposit, the depository kind of infrastructure on the cloud. So wherever you are, you will have the complete history available. The service providers will be able to provide the services based on the complete history and things like that. So over the last 10-15 minutes, I've talked about some of the technologies that are disrupting, some of the research and scientific outcomes that are happening over the recent times, and lastly, talked about business models. This is the reason why I was very excited when I started this presentation, talking about how healthcare is going to be transformed over the next few years, 10 to 15, 20 years, how the shift will be to preventive rather than curative, and how we will move to an era of affordable, inclusive, quality healthcare. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Thank you, Chris. That was interesting to note, how you shared how technology is being leveraged for delivering quality healthcare in India and the global trends to look forward to as well. Well, you are a true global business thinker, I must admit, I must say. You did say that, how AI is here, as we know, to deliver the differentiated and design the delightful experiences. But I particularly loved the two concepts, as you said, the concept of digital twins. Now that's something that I'm hearing for the first time. So thank you for bringing that onto the table. And I'm sure there are going to be tweets coming in talking about that as well. And of course, the revolutionary concept, how you said that, hospitals wouldn't be gauged or measured with, the number of people it's attending, about not falling sick rather. Yes. So that's something that just gives me a ting in my brain. And, I'm just thinking about how you said and sort of processing it. But, Thank you very much on that note. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what Hippocrates said, that wherever the art of medicine is loved, there's also a love for humanity. So primarily why we are here. So in the same spirit of love and care for each other, we meet yet again for some very focused discussions tomorrow, but I am not allowing all of you to leave right now. Just hold on for a bit as I quickly urge all of you to just explore all the features, leave no stone absolutely unturned, to check out everything that could augment your scores, and of course the learnings more than anything else, right? The prizes coming in your way, but at the same time, whatever our partners have designed in terms of the booths, the resources, the learnings, you know, the credentials, everything that's been shared, please do have a look at that. Well, let's wait for tomorrow as to who's really topping up the leaderboard out there. For now, it's time for me to actually thank our partners yet again. So allow me with a vibe of gratitude to thank our presenting partners, Elsevier and Optum. Thank you very much. Our associate partners, Cepheid and Viatris. Our startup partner, Vimedo and Nano Health. We're a knowledge partner being Wish Foundation. And of course, our supporting partners. Thank you for that support. Wealthy Therapeutics, Sir H&M Reliance, Foundation Hospital Mumbai, and of course, IKS Health. Well, please don't forget to visit the partner stalls right now if you haven't, and enjoy the networking lounge as well. I want to see all my dearest delegates with a nice smile tomorrow as well, joining us at 2 p.m. I will be all ready to greet you all on the final day, ladies and gentlemen, of the hashtag FE Healthcare Summit 2021. So please join us. You the showmakers, remember. So thank you so much for being a part. Namaste.